well, the different colleges makes a lot of sense. Okay, we have Steve Adams, we have Lynn Shelley. What? Did someone come up with one?
No, I just heard both those names together speaking, and I just went.
It's really scary, yeah. A little scary. We might die of sweetness or something.
Who else?
Oh, we need a third person.
You need somebody from the professional, from your college, Suzanne.
Yeah, I'm thinking. Besides Wagner, I don't know. James Schlaffer is on campus. He also doesn't believe in masks or science, like those Trump people. We have those.
So send them in.
Yeah.
Perfect.
I know that Rebecca is fully vaccinated, but I don't think she'd do it anyway, because she has like family members that are comfortable.
Yeah. That's good. That's a big college. We should have to find one person in that big college. What do you say?
Who is there? Education, who's in criminal justice?
Work with Claudia.
Movement science.
Bob Rouse has been on campus, I think, all along.
Oh, there you go.
There you go.
Happy birthday!
Environment.
Right.
My mom was a nurse. I mean, fuck you.
No, I'm down with that. I mean, there was just a huge disciplinary kind of thing between the two groups. So that's just real.
Claudia, I'm going to make you host. I got to go get ready for the Delegate Assembly.
Okay. All right, there's a big list there you got over there, Suzanne. We should be able to find somebody. We should dredge up something. And I'll call them up and I'll sound, like we've thought long and hard about it.
Why do you think I'm calling?
Hey there, sir.
Would help if I unmuted myself. Sorry, it's the first time I've ever done this.
Hi, Kendra. How are you?
So we have posted on our website everything I received within the last, I don't know, half hour or so. There's 2 new business items which I forwarded to you.
Yes, I
They're
got
posted. You got the
CJ,
script.
right now I'm currently updating the website with the link for the live stream.
Okay.
We are currently recording and live on YouTube right now.
Okay, so I'll watch my mouth.
I could edit it out. It's fine.
Dark. Oh, try that again. Wrong button. Filter. Maybe the lights will help. Maybe. All right, so I have people texting me that they're in the waiting room, but I mean, is there stuff that we need to talk about before letting people in? And I've got a list of who are delegates, but this is going to be That's the wrong stack of papers. But you know, who knows who's really here.
I have the list here of delegates as well. I actually put it into a spreadsheet, and I'm just going to quickly
All right, so just make sure
start letting
people,
people in.
make sure people list their names so we know who they are.
Absolutely.
So I think I'm okay. You know, what happened last year is 1 minute before 4 o'clock, somebody sent me a new business item or sent 3 or 4. I anticipate that will happen again this year because there are people who just want to, how do I put this? Aggravate and instigate. So if there's new business items, I just assume recess so I can post them on the website. 10, 15 minutes.
Yeah, whatever you
Okay.
feel most comfortable with, that's
Right.
fine.
Because I want to read them first too.
Right. And the 2 that are up there, what are your thoughts, right?
The 2 that are up there, the one
this
that was
controversy,
the
they're
first
good?
one was approved unanimously by the board of directors this morning. So, you know, whether it flies or not, it's just a modification because most of the chapter presidents complained last year, well, we only have 1 candidate for this position. Do I have to have an election? I said, well, you know, the resolution says you have to have an election. So the second one, so the second one concerns me. The second part, so all the whereases don't really sort of mean anything to me anyway. All MSC meetings, including regular meetings of the MSA Board of Directors and MSA committee meetings, be posted on the website. That's fine. Clearly labeled and easy to find. Well, that's subjective. With instructions on how members can attend. That's subjective. I send people emails and they don't read them and they say, well, I never got it. So, the agenda of minutes be posted 3 business days in advance. We can do that. That's not a problem. Minutes posted. I normally post the minutes the same day they're approved, but that's fine. Meetings are open to all members unless otherwise restricted by the MSA Constitution. So board meetings have always been open. When we used to meet in person, we would, you know, always have that. We still have a 15-minute period for members to come. So, you know, things aren't posted as on the website much anymore about meetings and stuff, but, you know, we can do all that. The committee meetings is a concern to me. So I read the Constitution. I don't see anything in the Constitution that would prohibit a member from attending a committee meeting. It doesn't say that the meetings are open and it doesn't say the meetings are closed, but this would say that the meetings have to be open. So my concerns are we have 2 bargaining committees where the committees discuss strategy. So, you know, I have a little problem with everybody being able to come in to listen to our strategy because we have plenty of people who like to sell that information to management, sell it for, you know, promotions and all kinds of shit. So that's, you know, a concern. The real problem is the grievance committee where the grievances are confidential. The grievant comes in and explains their case. So I don't see anything prohibiting if this resolution were to pass, I don't think I have the authority to say, well, you can't attend these meetings.
Right.
So, I mean, the you know, the body can amend this in any way they want, but those are my concerns, but I don't think anything violates the Constitution.
Right.
Violates, you know, people's privacy and stuff, but.
Nope, good to know. Just to kind of have an idea of what
Yeah.
could be an issue. And just real quick, the second one that's about the bargaining committee representatives, that's not a change of the Constitution, right? I just want to make sure that, okay.
No, this is a change in a resolution that was passed 2 years ago.
Perfect. That's what I just want to be sure of that. Because I just saw that it kind of seemed like.
Right. So it would make the election obligatory if there's more than 1 candidate for a position. Not, it's MTA has what's called a waiver election provision. So if there's more candidates than seats, you have to have an election. But if there's, you know, if there's 3 seats and 3 candidates, that's it, they're automatically elected. We don't have that in our Constitution.
Got it.
The election's advisory anyway. So I had, you know, a question today, but, you know, why do we have to have elections for the Delegate Assembly? I said, because our Constitution says secret written ballot, you know, there's no waiver provision. So, well, can we amend the Constitution today? I said, no, you can't. There's procedures for doing that.
That's exactly what I was asking. I just want to be sure that that wasn't, I didn't see it in there, but I just want to be sure it wasn't kind of a workaround, I guess.
Yep.
Perfect.
So, and it's not unusual for somebody to propose a resolution that is effectively an amendment to the Constitution to sort of get around the amendment procedure. It wouldn't be the first
Which
time.
anything, right, and anything changing the Constitution now, there's not enough notice.
Right.
So
Kendra's in the waiting room. Who
that
else
was
is
me.
in? I know.
And just so you know, I did email you the agreement. I just didn't get it out sooner. You
The
can
what?
deal with it. Just the agreement, as parliamentarian. You can sign
Oh,
it
I
next
wasn't
week.
gonna sign
I
it.
don't
thought
care.
We were just gonna stiff you at the end. Sense of humor, good. Okay.
I just had a few minutes, so I just sent it out, but
Okay.
dealt with in the next few weeks. Don't worry about it.
Chris, do you want to let people in, or do you want to, maybe it'll calm them down, or because people are panicked that they're not going to be able to get in or something like that.
Yeah, I can
Chat.
start letting people know.
The chat. Okay, so let me deal with so the chat. I don't want people chatting back and forth, and I know it should be used to post. My concern is we'll be in a debate. Somebody's like, "This is fucking bullshit," or I disagree, and I don't want that. So we could either shut the chat off and turn it, have people, send a message to, or turn the chat on for them to post a motion or something like that. But I don't like people jumping the line by, interrupting somebody speaking so that, and everybody says, well, did you read the chat? I'm like, no, I'm listening to the speaker,
Right. I did notice.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I did notice from last year, we kind of had those special rules on
They're
the
posted.
procedure.
They're
The
posted.
special rules for
Yeah, included them in the
the
same
Zoom
special
stuff.
rules.
Okay.
And it says,
Perfect.
that people have to type into the chat their motion. But, I don't have any problem with shutting off the chat. And then if somebody needs to type it in, opening it, let them chat and then shut it off again.
I think that makes sense just to help, like you said, not have people going back and forth, arguing, stuff like that.
Oh, they'll be going back and forth arguing. We just don't want to write.
Well, on the chat, right.
So,
Okay.
am I co-host or not? I must be because I think I can see people in the.
Yes, you are co-host. Let me change my name.
Change mine.
And then do you want me to start letting people in?
Yeah, I think so. Name.
I'm trying to figure, is there a way to shut off the chat in the meeting right now? Because I don't usually do
Maybe
that.
it has to be done. I thought there was, but hang on. Rename.
Oh, I could say participant can chat with host only.
Okay, so under security, allow participants to chat. So I'll shut it off. So
All right.
Can you try? Can somebody try and chat? Kendra, can you see if you can type anything in there?
No, it says chat disabled.
All right. So we can, through the security, we can turn it on when we need to. Rename themselves,
Okay.
unmute themselves. We should leave that up until somebody blows a fuse.
All right. I'm gonna start letting people in, and I'm just gonna finish verifying the rest of the people in the waiting room as the other people get acclimated.
Great.
Hey, Chris.
Good afternoon. Hey, Tom. Good afternoon, everybody. We're just, I'm in the process right now of vetting people and letting people into the room. So just hold tight while we get all of this set up. You might be also aware that the Delegate Assembly is being streamed live on YouTube and is being recorded. Maria.
Okay, Chris, there's more people in the waiting room. I'll wait a couple minutes till you check them.
Yep. No problem. Looks like we're almost just about there. All right, everybody who is in the waiting room has been vetted and admitted. There are a handful of people in the waiting room or in the meeting that only have their name as one name, such as Diane and Michael. If you could please change your name to your full name, that would be appreciated.
One more, Chris?
Yep. Got
Okay.
it in.
All right, so it is 4:03, and I'd like to convene the 2021 MSCA Delegate Assembly. Call to order 4:03. So first, a couple of introductions. Yes, Michelle?
Yes, my apologies, CJ, for interrupting immediately. I did want to raise, I don't know if it's a point of order or a point of information about the live streaming and also the recording. I have a question, which it does say on the website that it is going to be live streamed. And I guess my question was, I know that our meeting is open to guests, but I was just curious about the decision to live stream, which I think creates a much wider audience than we might be accustomed to for conducting our business. And then it does not say that we are being recorded on the website. And I feel like recording the conduct of our business actually introduces kind of a new layer of dynamics. I'm not typically used to our meetings being recorded. So I just wanted to find out about this issue of recording our business today. Thank you.
So the recording, we recorded last year for the purpose of uploading to YouTube, which then generates in 24 hours a transcript. So we don't have, because we don't have somebody to transcribe. The live stream, I don't remember if we live streamed last year or not, Chris.
We did.
We did. So
Yes.
Chris did mention, but I'll mention again since everybody's in the room, we are recording. This is I'm in Massachusetts. I'm not sure where everybody else is, but Massachusetts is a two-party consent state. So we are recording. The live stream issue, do people object to that, or
I did put in the chat that it's being live streamed on the link. Sorry, Mara.
I was just going to say, I don't object whatsoever, but I wish it had been advertised that we were live streaming it, because I would have really liked to let folks know. So just for future years, maybe, and as we get more used to and accustomed to Zoom and video conferencing.
All right, it's my intention, if everything goes well, not to do this on Zoom again. I think we're much better off meeting in person. That doesn't mean that we can't live stream an in-person meeting. Anybody else?
Thank you for the explanation, CJ.
Okay, so quick introductions. My name's CJ O'Donnell. I'm the MSCA president. Maria Hegblum is the MSCA vice president. You want to say hello?
Hello.
Eric Weeks is the MSCA treasurer.
Hi, everyone.
And Nancy George is the MSCA secretary.
Hello.
Kendra O'Toole is our parliamentarian.
Hello.
There she is. Roberta James, I'm not sure she's here, and Catherine Santiago are our two MTA consultants. Typically when we have these meetings in person, they'll attend. So I'm not sure that they're here. Roberta Gavoni is my assistant. She's the one that does most of the setup. She was the one who sent out the emails, collected reports for posting and stuff like that. So I want to thank her for her work. Chris Gullen is the webmaster, helped set up the Zoom meeting for today, takes care of those types of things. Thank you all for attending on a Friday afternoon. We used to do this on Saturday mornings. It's windy down here on the Cape, but at least it's sunny, although it's cold. So I thank you for coming and for representing your colleagues and conducting our union business. Sarah Mabrook is our chair of our credentials committee. I thought I saw her. So the first report of the credentials committee is the next thing on the agenda. Oh, sorry. Wait. Call to order done. Yes, first report of the credentials committee. So is Sarah there, and can Chris get her account of delegates and guests? Sarah?
I'm here. I had just emailed Chris to inquire about that.
Okay. I can't see. Oh, there you are. Okay.
I am working on getting
Okay.
a count of delegates.
Feverishly.
We are at, not including the parliamentarian, we are at 62. 62 delegates in the room at this time.
All right. So is there a motion to adopt the first report of the Credentials Committee? Maybe just somebody wave.
So moved.
All right.
Second.
Second. Moved and seconded. This is a good experiment. Do we want to try the green and red? Or do you want to do a polling, Chris?
I have a poll already written.
Perfect. So the issue is adoption of the first report of the Credentials Committee. Do you want to pop that up?
Yep. I figure if we do the polling that way, it will make it easier to take the records for the minutes for the meeting. So I'm launching the poll, adopt the first report of the Credentials Committee. 62 delegates. Three, two, one. Okay. That passes 53 to 53 voted.
I didn't see the polling.
It should have popped up. Do you want me to run it again?
All right, let's let Virginia go ahead.
I had a question unrelated to that, just of clarification. I understand from the rules for the Zoom format that we need to put our motions in the chat box. And I was just wondering, the chat's disabled. Is that going to be, what can we expect what are your expectations for sharing motion?
When we need somebody to type a motion in, we'll turn the chat on.
Great.
Any other questions on, go ahead.
I guess so if I want to be, I'm just confused. So if I want to be recognized to do a motion, I say it out loud, then I type it.
Well, first you get recognized by raising your hand, and then
right.
if you want, you can say it if you want, or type it in the chat. We'll turn the chat on when we need to turn. My concern is when there's debate and people are putting in the chat, they're jumping the line and people are responding to the chat, and it's sort of, there's no order.
No, I think that makes sense. I just wanted to know what steps to take. So should I raise my electronic hand or wave my hand?
It's when you raise your electronic hand, you pop up in order on my screen. If people wave and they're off my screen, I can't see them. Any other questions? All right, so on the poll, is there anybody who didn't see the poll pop up? All right, I'm on page 1. Is there anybody who didn't see the poll pop up? Okay, then we'll go with it. That's fine. I didn't vote. That's fine. Michelle.
I was just going to say, if you're host, you get excluded from polls.
Okay. Well, I'll stay co-host. All right, so go ahead, Chris. Timothy, you have a question? Timothy, Mike Mitchell, do you have a question?
Nope, I'm sorry.
Okay, that's fine.
Did you want me to launch it again?
No, go ahead. What was the result?
The result is it passes.
Okay.
Unanimously, 53 to 53.
All right. This next item on the agenda is the I'm going to say the special rules, because we should have done the special rules. So item number 5 should have been listed as item number 4. It's that way on the website. All these documents are posted on the website. So adoption of the special rules. So last year, the parliamentarian helped put together some special rules for our meeting. They're posted on the website. I think I printed a copy out. It says special rules. There's special rules because we're meeting by Zoom for the second time. We didn't have to have these special rules because we used to meet in person. So we didn't have issues about electronic raising hands and stuff like that. So is there a motion to adopt the special rules of order? Sarah moves the adoption of the specials. Is there a second?
Second.
Tatiana and Katie second. So Adoption of the special rules. Any debate, any discussion? Okay, Chris, if you could poll.
All right. Here's the adoption of these special rules of order.
Yes.
Poll is launched. I will typically keep the polls open for between 15 and 20 seconds so that folks can have an ample time to vote. 3, 2, 1, and poll. And here are the results. Passes 55 unanimously.
All right, next on the agenda is the adoption of the standing rules. The standing rules are the standing rules we use every year. Amendments to the standing rules need to be sent 48 hours in advance according to the standing rules. So I received no amendments to the standing rules, so there's no amendments to consider. Is there a motion to adopt the standing rules? Sarah moves adoption of the standing rules. Is there a second? Graziana seconds. Katie, is it a question or second? Second, great. So all in favor of adoption of the standing rules, poll? Opposed?
Thanks. Motion to adopt the standing rules. Three, 2, 1. Motion passes 55 in the affirmative and 0 negative. TJ?
Right. Thank you. All right, so just some reminders about the standing rules, which is my little script here. Although we control your ability to speak, because we can mute you. Oh, sorry, questions? Virginia?
I'm just queuing up for the next thing.
Okay. Tom?
Yeah, I'm just wondering why there's no abstain on the polling if we're doing votes. I don't know. Seems like there should be an abstain option.
You can just not vote.
It's a little different. The parliamentarian will tell you, but whatever.
So my understanding is abstaining is not voting. So don't vote if you want to abstain.
Right.
Yes. All right. So although we can control your ability to speak because we can shut your mics off, meeting occasionally will have your open mic. Just be careful. Occasionally things happen like that. So just be careful about open mics. All speakers must be recognized. Chris Gullen and I will help control the speaking order based on the order we see the hands raised. I think on Zoom, I figure out how they come up. The first person goes to the right and they fill in to the left. Questions come through the chair. The chair will ask someone to answer the question if the chair can't answer the question. Please remember to announce your name and chapter affiliation so we can get it on the record. No speaker can speak more than twice on the same matter. No speaker can speak for more than 3 minutes. Any debate item is limited to 20 minutes. Motions must be in writing. That's where we'll open up the chat so you can type it in so we don't make mistakes recording what the motion is. Motions to receive or adopt informal reports are not needed. According to our customs, we'll waive the reading of reports. Only delegates will be recognized. The chair can recognize a non-delegate or the body can recognize a non-delegate. If you get lost, you're not sure what we're doing, just ask for a point of order, get my attention, we'll stop, try to get your questions answered to make sure that we're all on the same page. Any questions? That's not, Virginia, you're waiting, right? Okay. All right. Chris, is somebody else waiting to get in? All right, thank you. Next on the agenda is the approval of the assembly agenda. Is there a motion to approve the agenda? The updated agenda is posted on the website. Everything should be linked on the website. So is there a motion to approve the assembly agenda?
Move approval.
Who was that?
Mitchell, Bridgewater
Okay.
State Call.
Is there a second?
So I'm confused.
Point of order.
All right.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
point of
Go ahead.
order. Fill me in. I had my hand up to make a motion to change the order.
All right, but we have to move the agenda, second the agenda, then we can amend it.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Sorry.
Second.
So it was moved and seconded to approve the agenda. Are there discussion amendments? Virginia,
Thank you. So I move to amend the agenda to move number 14, which is new business, to between items 7, which is approval of minutes, and items 8, the officer reports. Do I have a second?
I second.
is there a second? All right, so I'm
Second.
just reading the standing rules to make sure that we don't, because the standing rules require things to come in certain orders. And I don't see a problem with that. New business item must be written. Okay, so there's no issue with the violating the standing rules. So it's been moved to move agenda item number 14 to between 7 and 8. It's been seconded. Discussion. Okay, Chris, can you pull it? This is
Yes.
just on the amendment to change the order. We still haven't approved the agenda. So further amendments. can be-
Okay. So this is the amendment to change orders of the day. Virginia, can you read the amendment, please, again?
Move to amend the agenda to move item 14, which is new business, to between number 7, approval of minutes, and number 8, officer reports, in order to use this great body to innovate ahead of time. So
So the motion is to move agenda item number 14 to 7.5. Just to make it easy on you, Chris.
Got it.
Okay,
I
discussion
included-
before we poll. Diane, you have your hand up? You need to unmute. Go ahead.
I will second the motion.
Oh, okay. All right, it's moved and seconded to move agenda item 14 to 7.5. Michelle,
Wanted to speak to the motion.
go ahead.
Speak in favor of the motion, because if you notice on the agenda, the new business, which requires a vote of the body, if we're going to implement anything, it only leaves us 10 minutes at the end of the meeting. And since this is the one time a year where the members get to come together and actually vote on things that might shape the work we're going to do together this year, I actually think it's a really great idea to move the new business items forward so that we can make sure we maintain quorum and that folks can actually have a chance to vote on things that might shape what we want to do together for the upcoming year. So I want to speak in favor of moving the new business forward.
Thank you, Mara.
I'd also like to speak in favor of it because I'd like the opportunity to know what the new business items are. And if there's only 10 minutes at the end, I think that could be a challenge.
All right, there's 40 minutes on the agenda. But that's not really pertinent. And we don't have to, we don't adjourn at 6:20 hard. That's just sort of a rough time. Anybody else? Lower hand. Okay. All right. So Chris, can you poll all in favor of the moving agenda item number 14?
Here's the poll. Amendment to change order of item 14 to between 7 and 8 to allow this great body to innovate ahead of time. Five, four, three, two, one. Poll is closed, and here are the results. It passes with a count of 50 to 6.
All right, thank you. So
That
that'll be,
item number 14 is now changed.
that'll be agenda item number 7.5. Sarah,
I have a point of order I'd like to raise.
Go ahead.
Since it's impossible for you to see all the pictures on the screen at the same time, and some people are waving at the screens to raise their hands, I would like to request that we use the electronic hands because that will be easier for you and everybody will have a fair chance to raise their hand that way.
That's the best way for me to recognize people.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
So on the agenda, any other amendments to the agenda? Okay, Chris, can you poll approval of the agenda?
Here we are. Poll is live. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1, and it passes 58-0.
All right, thank you. Next item on the agenda is item number 7, approval of the minutes. Minutes are posted on the website. Is there a motion to approve the minutes from the 2020 Delegate Assembly? Sarah? Moved. Is there a second? Sarah moved it. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on the minutes, edits to the minutes? All right, Chris, can you pull on the minutes?
Yes. Motion to approve the minutes from the 2020 Delegate Assembly.
What did I do? There we go.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That passes 46-0.
All right, thank you. The minutes are approved. Next item on the agenda, 7.5, new business items. New business item number 1, meaning the first one I saw, was the first one I received, was the new business item from Irina Setulinu on election of bargaining committee members. Irina, are you here?
Yes, I am here, CJ.
You got the floor.
Oh, thank you. So this is a motion I would like.
Sorry. Why don't you move the motion? We'll get it seconded, and then I'll give you the time to speak to it. So Irina moves her new business item. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved
Tim
and
Mitchell.
seconded by Tim Mitchell. Go ahead, Irina.
Yes, so this is a motion that we discussed earlier today at the MSA Board of Directors, and we decided to unanimously advance a recommendation to the Delegates Assembly to modify the resolution for democratic elections of bargaining committee members that was passed at a previous Delegates Assembly meeting to only require holding a chapter election for chapter bargaining committee representatives in case there is a contested election. So this past September, when we were in the middle of a pandemic, and as chapter presidents, we had to deal with a lot of issues on safety, on electronic portfolios. We were incredibly busy, and so all chapters, irrespective of whether or not there was a contested election, had to run an election. That is also associated with costs to the individual chapters, and so the proposal is to only have an election take place if it actually is contested. Otherwise, then an election would not take place.
All right, thank you. So I'll remind people we have 20 minutes of debate. It is 4:27. Speakers can speak for up to 3 minutes and speak twice. Any discussion? You have to raise your electronic hand, otherwise I have to go to other screens. All right, go ahead, Aruna.
I support this motion. You know, as chapter presidents, the chapter presidents have a lot on their plate, and things have been going crazy in our chapters the last year and a half. So what Irina is suggesting and proposing makes sense. If it is uncontested, there is no need to have an election. So I just wanted to throw my support into that.
Thank you. Anybody else? Go ahead, Sarah.
Sarah Mabrook, Framingham State. As the election committee for Framingham, I can speak to the fact that there's no sense in having an election if the election offices are not contested. And so this would be more efficient for chapters themselves. Thank you.
Anybody else? Go ahead, Mira.
I'm just a little confused and would like a little more information on why it was unanimously passed, because a lot of times in my chapter, none of the positions are ever contested. So it just seems like if we start not having election, unless it's contested, we might never run even officers election. So I'm just curious what the background and the rationale was. So is it just cost? I mean.
All right, so if members of the board want to speak to that, feel free. All right, well, I don't see anybody. Go ahead, Suzanne.
Yeah, it's cost and it's time. And I know that the president of my university is working like 24 hours a day on things. And this is one extra thing that we have to put on his plate when nobody ran at my university. In fact, I actually, as the vice president, wasn't even going to run until he told me that nobody had put their names in and nobody had run. And then, of course, I volunteered for it because, you know, that was initially the position of the vice president. I think to the best of our ability, we should try to find ways to not put extra unnecessary work on the presidents of our universities because they're working really hard for us. So that's why.
Dan?
Yeah, so just a point of information. So there would still be a call for nominations. People would still put their names in. And if there's nobody or only one person who puts their name forward, then there would not be an election. Is that correct?
That's my understanding. Okay, Katie?
Yeah, I'm in favor of this, you know, just in the sense that, again, you know, people have so many emails and so much going on. I think what this is more of a sign of is that we need to work harder at recruiting people to fill these positions. I would love to have an election because it is contested. That would be a great thing for every position. But if it's not contested, it's a lot of time and effort.
Thank you. Virginia had your hand up, you put it down? All right, Paulina?
I'd also like to speak in support of this motion from the point of view of the time that we are asking of our faculty. Everybody is very busy, and having them having another email in their inbox that's really not an actionable item is really, you know, concerning during this time, but during really any time people are busy. And that's in addition to the cost that seems to be not a frugal way to spend our funds.
Thank you. Anybody else? Sarah.
This goes along with with Paulina's point. As the one who's been conducting the elections, from time to time, I get angry emails from people who don't want to receive emails about the election, especially when it's not contested. And so that would save me the grief of a polite reply when somebody has been outright rude to me. I hate to say it that way, but I've received those and it's not fun. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Virginia?
Is it possible to move this to a vote at this point?
Yeah, if nobody else is going to speak, then that's what we're doing next.
Okay, that's what I'd like.
Or you could move to closed debate, but I don't see another hand, so. Anybody else want to speak on the item? All right, Chris, can you poll it? New business item 1. Set my timer.
So I am launching the poll. The poll may have cut off a certain amount.
You mean the title or something?
The actual words of the poll. It cut off the word delegates.
Okay.
Three, two, one. And it passes 44-2.
All right, thank you. New business item 2 was submitted by Joanna Gonzalez. It's posted on the website. Resolution for MSCA to adopt open meeting practices. People should be able to see it on the Delegate Assembly page.
I can actually pop it into chat if you enable it.
Go ahead.
Okay, so this is on the motion to adopt some open meeting practices. Just a little background, I used to enjoy coming to statewide meetings. I apologize, I think my internet's a little bad. I used to attend sometimes the statewide meetings in Auburn when I could, particularly when there were topics that I cared about. But now during the pandemic, I've noticed it's all on Zoom. I have no idea really how to attend. And I guess I could be just emailing you in advance. But I think the members, importantly, in addition to knowing when the meetings are held, it's also helpful to have an agenda posted as well to know what the business of the day is. I also notice there's a lot of great committees of the MSCA. I don't know the work they do, and I can't read their minutes. They're not posted on the website. So this motion just puts into some basic practices, is to adopt some practices to make the work of the MSCA easier to access, either to attend or to learn about it later.
All right, thank you. And it was seconded by, I forgot, it was on it. By Mara Dodge from Westfield. So 20 minutes, it is 4:35. Sorry, it's been moved. Is there a second? All right, been moved, seconded by Sarah and Diane. Oh, I just changed my screens, wait. All right, so moved and seconded, discussion, 20 minutes. Go ahead. Diane. Go ahead. Diane?
Yes.
Do you want to speak to the motion?
No.
Okay.
No, my head needs to go down.
All right. Go ahead, Virginia.
I'm Virginia Rutter from Framingham State University, and I want to speak in favor of the motion. I think that the MSCA union does amazing work together. The board does amazing work together. And what's happened in the past few years with our additional work at creating open bargaining and all of these other moves is that we've been able to get stronger through access. And this proposal is an extension of that good work on open bargaining, where we're just saying, hey, let's get more eyes and ears of all these smart, wise people in our community to be listening in and connecting to what we're doing. And I think it will help a lot with something that I find myself working on all the time at my university, which is making sure that people just know what is going on with their union and how it functions. So I really love this proposal that Joanna came up with, and I hope people will support it.
All right, thank you. Aruna?
Actually, more a point of information regarding the motion. The way it is worded right now, it seems to include all the committees of MSCA, right? It says here, all MSCA meetings, including regular meetings of the MSCA Board of Directors and MSCA committee meetings, be posted on the MSCA website, clearly labeled, easy to find, with instructions on how members can attend. Now, I think the concern that I want to voice here is there are a couple of MSCA committees, which is the grievance committee and the bargaining committee itself, right? Some of these meetings are have not been open to the public, not been open to members for very good reasons, right? So I'm just confused with the language of the motion. I understand the intent of it and I support it, but I want to make sure that, just wanted to understand where where you stand with respect to some of these other committees that tend, that, as I said, for good reasons, remain a closed affair.
Joanna?
I do believe there are times when the work needs to be in executive session, particularly the work of the grievance committee. But it doesn't mean you can't still post and just say that there's a meeting, it's taking place, and it's going to be an executive session. So that members are aware that it's happening. And certainly those minutes should not be posted. You mentioned another committee, Aruna, bargaining. Similarly, right now bargaining is open. There are some, perhaps maybe there's some strategy meetings that you don't want so that management doesn't know. Those can certainly be held in executive session. But I think our existing constitution and Robert's rules provide the very clear direction on how to do this in a way that some meetings are closed where the great majority are open.
Thank you. Karsten?
Karsten Theis, Westfield State College. I find the title confusing because open meeting law includes other things like committee members not allowed to meet outside of stuff with more than 3 people, all of this. So maybe put something like in the spirit of open meeting law or practices, but just avoid that we're not saying we're following open meeting law because that's a larger group of rules.
Right. And just to be clear, we're not covered by the open meeting law. We're not a public body. We're public employees, but we're a private organization. Rayla?
Yes, I mean, on the whole, I like the idea and intention behind the motion. I'm kind of curious though, would that stop committees from, example, holding an emergency meeting for which they couldn't post the agenda 3 days in advance, et cetera, because that it does happen.
Joanna, do you want to answer that?
Yeah, so I did use the language of regular.
Okay, so
for that reason, I know sometimes you have emergency meetings.
Thank you for clarifying.
Okay, Irina?
I think Margot was first.
Oh, sorry. All right, then Margot?
Oh, yeah. I just want to kind of piggyback on top of what Karsten was saying. I think we really need to remove the open meeting language because it speaks to an open meeting law, which is much more complex, and that unions are exempt from that for very good reasons. So maybe a different way to say the same thing, but not use that term. I'm just suggesting we get rid of open meeting and say something else, because I think it could cause all kinds of confusion with our membership then saying you're subject to open meeting and blah, 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 blah. And I know a lot about how that can go. So I'm just looking to clarify that language.
All right, Irina. Irina?
I would like to find a way to maybe seek an exception from this for bargaining committees, perhaps also the grievance committee. I know as chapter president at grievance hearings, there's a lot of individual grievances that are heard. And so, I'm excluded even as chapter president from going to those meetings to preserve privacy of members. And I think some members might have some concerns, if, those meetings were advertised to be open in some way. With respect to bargaining, I'm been on a bargaining committee for a couple of years now. I think every time we meet as a team, we're planning the strategy for the very next meeting. And so, our DGC bargaining team will meet next week, and then the following week we have a meeting with management, and basically the whole meeting is what are we going to say, how are we going to say it, and planning those strategies. And so I think it makes sense to perhaps not release those strategies and keep them closed until they are released at the table. We've been very open with membership and inclusive and giving reports and getting feedback and communicating with members, but I think there is some benefit from not having our strategies and our plans released in advance of what we bring to the table to management.
All right, that was 3 minutes, sorry. Nancy? or Michelle, who was next?
Michelle.
Go ahead, Michelle.
Yes, I wanted to return to this question of the title with open meeting. I wanted to ask the maker of the motion if she would be open to a friendly amendment to change the title of the NBI to transparent meeting practices, which seems like it still captures the spirit of the NBI, but might set aside some of those concerns about open meeting laws.
All right, so I have learned one thing, that there's no such thing as a friendly amendment. So let's do it this way. Is there an objection? So the body sort of owns the amendment, owns the resolution. Is there an objection to changing open meeting to transparency? Because if there is not, we can do that. We don't have to vote. Is
No
there an
objection. No.
From anybody? Does anybody object? Nobody? I see no objection. Okay, so we'll change open meeting to adopt transparency practices. Okay, so that's
I think I put transparent.
transparent practices. All right, Nancy.
Yeah, I'm chair of the librarians committee, and we, when I write up the notes for the meetings, I have no problem with people attending. But when I write up the notes, sometimes it can be fairly detailed regarding the issues and problems. I really would feel uncomfortable having some of those issues, especially with library directors, posted on the web page. I mean, I guess what I could do instead is just write up really brief minutes, and then we could have another set of notes for us. But you know, it's like sensitive information sometimes.
Joanna.
I think that it might make sense, in that case, Nancy, to some of those conversations might want to be held in executive session. But I think it's also good practice in our minutes not to identify people's names necessarily. I'm willing to, have a suggestion that I'm hearing the concerns about grievance committee in particular and bargaining, to have those excluded from this from the proposal.
Okay, but you have the floor and you can amend it by proposing an amendment. You don't have to ask somebody else to do it.
So I am, so moved. I'll make a motion that this, the whereas, therefore, let me take a look and see.
I'm more concerned about the therefores, not the whereases.
All right, let's get to the therefore.
So if your intent was to not have this apply, because one of the issues that the parliamentarian texted me to keep me on top of things, and she does a good job. So the therefore does say all MSC meetings, including regular meetings. So it's not limited to regular meetings. But if you wanted to not have this apply to the bargaining committees and or the grievance committees, we can just type that in the chat, so we'll have an idea. Okay, so somebody has suggested with the exception of grievance and bargaining. I mean, since you're making the motion, Joanna, are you okay with that?
Yeah, I was about to type it into the chat, the change to that language.
So if you have something slightly different, why don't you type in whatever you have?
No, I'll accept that language.
Okay, so with the exception of of grievance and bargaining, the grievance committee and the bargaining committees. Is there a second on, well, let's do this. Is there objection to that change? If there's an objection to that change, say now, otherwise by unanimous consent, we'll amend it. All right, so hearing no objection, the grievance committee and bargaining committee are excluded from this. Before we actually vote, I think we should probably get exactly where those words go for the minutes for Nancy. Joanne, did you have anything else? Okay, stop. Go ahead, Michael.
I think while we're at it, based on what the parliamentarian texted you, you should move the word regular in front of MSCA. So it's all regular meetings. And then the excluding grievances and bargaining.
So Michael just made a motion to amend.
Kendra looks like she wants to say something.
Pardon?
Kendra looks like she wants to say something.
Who?
And CJ, you're probably going right to it, but we already have an amendment on the floor.
Oh, sorry.
Finish that first.
I thought that was unanimous. We did it by unanimous consent.
Well, yeah, but you didn't figure out exactly where it's going.
okay,
So
okay.
let's figure out where that's going first, and then you can
Right.
move on.
All right. So, given before Michael's amendment, all MSCA meetings, including all regular meetings excluding the grievance and bargaining committees, comma, including regular blah, blah, blah. So we'll insert it there. Is it okay? Is there any objection to where I put it? Go ahead, Rayla. Help me.
Wouldn't it go a few words further on after committee meetings? Right before, right at that first comma. Oh, no, not first, second comma. Of the Board of Directors and MSCA committee meetings, comma, with the exclusion of, would it go there?
That's fine with me. So I'll read the first paragraph. All MSCA meetings, comma, including, thanks, Dad, all regular meetings, including regular meetings of the MSCA Board of Directors and MSCA committee meetings, comma, excluding the grievance committee and the bargaining committees, comma, be posted on the MSCA website clearly labeled and easy to find with instructions on how members can attend. Any objection to that? All right. All right, so now, Michael, your amendment.
My amendment's no longer needed because you incorporated it into what you just did.
All right. Progress. Mara?
No hand.
Aaron's hand. Anybody else? My father's up. Go ahead, Karsten.
Carson Tice, Westfield State. I'm confused. So are we saying only regular meetings? So did we deal with the issue of quickly setting a meeting, or do we still have to have 3 business days for any meeting that we ever do?
So right now, my interpretation of this is the bargaining committee meetings, which occasionally happen in emergency situation, grievance committee meetings, which occasionally happen in emergency situations, would be excluded, and that any other committee meeting would require 3 days notice. I can't say for sure, but I don't think any of the other meetings, any of the other committees have sort of emergency meetings. It would, I don't want to say restrict, it would limit their ability to all of a sudden have a pop-up meeting. The Board of Directors has occasionally had quick meetings related to impact bargaining authorizations and stuff like that. But that's not common.
So in that case, I would suggest changing the second paragraph to the agendas of regular meetings be posted 3 business days in advance.
So the second paragraph, so you're suggesting an amendment to the second paragraph that says the
I have it in the
agendas,
chat.
the agendas of regular meetings?
Yep. And maybe we can fix the typo too.
All right, so you're moving to insert the word regular between agendas, between of and meetings. So the second paragraph would read, the agendas of regular meetings be posted 3 business days in advance on the MSA website. Is that your motion?
Plus changing advanced to advance so that the grammar is correct.
I read right through that. Thank you. That we can do easily. So is there objection to that? So, well, is there a second? I guess we don't need a second if I'm going to ask for unanimous consent anyway. Is there objection to that?
No.
All right, no objection. So the second paragraph will read, the agendas of regular meetings be posted 3 business days in advance on the MSA website. Go ahead, Aruna.
Again, I just want some clarification. I got the sense from Joanna's, or whoever was handling that the discussion, that she agreed to exclude all bargaining and all grievance committee meetings. But the way you just explained it, it seems only the emergency ones or the irregular ones are excluded from this. So I just wanted to know which one it is. Are we excluding all bargaining committee meetings and all grievance committee meetings, or are we looking at those as part of the regular meeting schedule that needs to be posted, et cetera, et cetera?
So my understanding is that all bargaining committee and all grievance committee meetings are excluded, and any emergency or special meetings would be excluded. Bargaining and grievance under the first paragraph, and the special or emergency meetings under the second paragraph. That's my understanding. If somebody has a different understanding, let me know, because I don't want people to misunderstand when they vote. Go ahead, Carson.
So right now it doesn't read like this. Maybe we have to say of these meetings for the second, third, and fourth paragraphs, so that we're always talking about the same subset of meetings that all of those four things apply to.
So on the second paragraph, that agendas of these regular meetings, of these, give me the change.
The meetings that the first paragraph also applies to. I don't know how to formulate that well. Maybe somebody else can.
He wants to add these before regular meetings in the the line about the agenda and the line about the minutes.
Maybe
Joanna?
maybe it could say aforementioned specific meetings, just to be, extra clear.
So the second paragraph would be that agendas of the aforementioned regular meetings or aforementioned rate meetings.
Specified, just it's sort of like it's a double specifier to make sure there's no ambiguity, to give everybody confidence that we're ruling out bargaining and grievance from this expectation.
All right, so give me the wording, please. What do me a favor, type it in the chat. So Karsten has something that agendas of regular meetings be posted 3 business days in advance of the MSA website. All right, that's not. So you're muted, Virginia, but if you can type it in, that would be helpful.
I'm just showing you what Joanna has just typed into the document that we're looking at.
All right, so we have to go back to the link.
Yeah, I think that's a great place to look to follow that, because she's been making all these changes verbatim on the document.
Right, but Nancy's going to have to get these for the minutes, so being able to look back to the link is going to show changes. The agendas of these aforementioned regular meetings. The problem is the aforementioned set does not just include regular meetings. So that wording doesn't do it. So if you took out regular, that agendas of these aforementioned meetings be posted 3. So if you took out regular, I think that's okay. All right, so let me read what I think we've got. So so there's an amendment, there's an emotion. Karsten, who's moving this? I can't move it.
I actually have a different suggestion. Maybe
All right,
just at the end saying that the bargaining and grievance meetings are excluded. And we could, from paragraphs 2 and 3 and 4, then it's clear what we're talking about.
Personally, I'm not really happy with the way that's worded because it's all right. Somebody needs to make a motion so I can get myself out of this loop here. We are about
I move these changes. Rayla, Jackie Tay, Fitchburg State.
Which changes?
Are we doing all of the ones that we previously said to these?
I can't follow that. I can't follow that. I'm not sure anybody else will be able to follow that. Mara?
So CJ, I'm seconding what I think you're saying. I think you're saying that agendas of these aforementioned meetings be posted 3 business days in advance on the MSC website. I'm seconding you're taking out the word regular.
All right, so
And
I'm
then
using my Mac, my husband's Mac, to try and copy and paste. So this is my understanding of what is going to be voted on.
And I'm about to paste it into the chat. Oh,
Right, so what Mara moved or seconded
yeah.
was that the second paragraph would read that agendas of these aforementioned meetings be posted 3 business days in advance on the MSCA website. So is there objection to that? So that's the second paragraph. The first paragraph has the exclusion of the grievance and bargaining committees. Is there any objection to that amendment? Okay, all right. So so far so good. By the way, the 20 minutes has expired. Is there unanimous consent to extend the discussion by 10 minutes? Is there objection to extending by 10 minutes? All right, so we'll extend to 5:08.
If it's helpful, CJ, I could put what I see all the changes have been into the.
Sure, quickly. Is it easy to copy and paste? Great. Any other discussion before we get that? Nancy.
Oh, the question mark?
Nancy?
And you'll have, sorry, I had myself muted. So Joanna, you'll have that Google Doc staying up, so I can just get it from there. Yeah, great, thanks.
All right, so is it posted?
Okay.
All right, so the first regular was not actually amended. So it wouldn't say all regular MSC meetings. It would say that's not, I don't have that change.
Okay.
So I have all MSCA meetings, including regular meetings of the MSCA Board of Directors and MSCA committee meetings, comma, excluding the grievance and bargaining committees, comma, be posted, blah, blah, blah. That's what I have.
Okay.
If I were on a PC, I could Control C and Control V quicker than my, go ahead, Sarah.
Well, the regular where she has it needs to go in. So I'd like to suggest putting that in because it was mentioned, but also the aforementioned needs to be at the end as well, in reference in the 4th paragraph to the meetings as well.
Okay, so instead of me trying to follow this, somebody's going to have to type something into the chat with paragraph breaks.
Joanna, are you going to do it?
Yeah.
Okay.
And if we want to change where the regular goes, that's fine, but that's not been voted on.
No, but it needs to go. I mean, it needs to be put in there.
It changes the meaning of the sentence. So I mean, I'm not sure people wanted to change that meaning of the sentence. Go ahead, Michael. Oh, sorry, Michael, sorry. Nicole, your hand was up first.
Yep.
I'm waiting, yeah.
Nicole?
Sorry, I didn't realize my hand was still up. Somebody else already said what I was gonna, so.
Okay. Michael?
So I was just going to say the position of regular that we're now talking about is where I was proposing to put it, and I withdrew my proposal because you had put it there the first time we talked about it, and there were no objections.
Yeah.
I think at this point, though, we're really close, so we should just get the complete wording and maybe vote on it instead of dealing with each little change.
All right, so if somebody can type in what we think we're voting on for the minutes. Go ahead, Nancy.
Yeah, again, Joanna is doing it in the Google Doc, so that works for me.
All right,
And I
Nicole.
just pasted the recent version just now.
Right.
Yeah.
That's fine, but the Google Doc is not going to track for the minutes the amendments that were passed.
Oh, very true.
The Google the history of the document does.
Oh, true.
I can translate that into.
All right, well, I'm not taking the minutes, so as long as Nancy's okay with it.
Yeah, I'm okay with it.
All right, Nicole, you had your hand back up.
Yeah, so Nicole Williams, BSU. The latest version with all of the things that I believe we've discussed that Joanna just put in the chat. I would like to motion that we vote on and accept.
All right, so that's where we are now anyway. We're still, so you want to close debate?
No,
Well, hang on. Nicole, do you want to close debate?
Apparently not, but yeah.
Well, I mean, you don't have to let somebody else tell you what to do.
I'm pretty sure this has everything that we have said. Can I just read what's here? All regular MSCA meetings of the MSCA Board of Directors and MSCA committee meetings, with the exception of bargaining committee and grievance committee meetings, be posted on the MSCA website, clearly labeled and easy to find, with instructions on how members can attend. That agendas of these aforementioned meetings be posted 3 business days in advance on the MSCA website. That minutes of these aforementioned, sorry, I scrolled too far, meetings be posted, 3 days in advance. That that meetings are open to all members unless otherwise restricted by the MSCA Constitution. I just thought that has everything that we have said in it.
you
Right,
read
so
the
what's
regular
posted-
that's not there that Michael
posted in
proposed
the
that
chat.
CJ had added in.
Right, is
It's
not
still not there.
what you read.
All regular,
so-
the second word.
In the
What's
first
posted-
paragraph,
What's
it
posted in the
has all
chat does not
MSCA
have the word
meetings, not
regular.
all regular. So it's still not
Okay,
there.
I must be looking at the wrong one because
You're
mine
looking at
says
the
all
older
regular.
one. Look at the very bottom. Scroll down.
Okay, a new, okay, okay.
She had
Well,
put
the
another
one,
one in. So it's the regular that Michael had proposed and CJ actually read into that never got into that I'm talking about. And that's
Okay.
why I didn't want you to close debate. So thank you
right,
very
okay,
much.
I think she just changed it again and that's why it's not there. So
All right,
it's,
so-
okay, now
so-
she's putting it back in again. So I don't know if Joanna, if maybe you could post that again with
I'm
the
gonna
all
actually-
regular.
I'm gonna pretend to control the meeting now.
That's all,
I'm going to try and do this carefully, and just give me a second, please, because
It's there now. Thank you, Joanna.
okay, without the paragraph breaks, but I was going to try and put paragraph breaks in too, but I'm not sure I could do that. All right, so then I will delete what I was going to do. All right, so I'll read what the motion, what I think the latest amendment is. Trying to get my paragraph breaks in. So all regular MSCA meetings of the MSCA board, all regular MSCA meetings of the MSCA Board of Directors and MSCA committee meetings. That sounds redundant. Parenthetical, with the exception of the bargaining committees, plural, and grievance committee meetings, be posted on the MSCA website. Clearly labeled and easy to find, with instructions on how members can attend. Paragraph break. That agendas of these aforementioned meetings be posted 3 business days in advance on the MSCA website. Paragraph break. That minutes of these aforementioned meetings be posted on the MSCA website once approved. Paragraph and paragraph break. That these aforementioned meetings are open to all members unless otherwise restricted by the MSCA Constitution. Does everybody believe that that's what's on the floor? Although we have not voted on it. All right, so I'll ask for unanimous consent that this is the amended motion. Is there objection to this amended motion? Is there objection to the wording of the amendments? All right, so I'm sure we violated every part of Robert's rules in doing that, but that's okay.
Nancy has her
Luckily,
hand up.
I see Nancy and I see Mara with her hand up.
Give me a second here, because I'm just going to make sure that I mute Kendra so she can never tell me we did something wrong. Ignorance is bliss. So who was next, Nancy or Mara? Nancy, go ahead.
So with that, when you say all regular MSCA meetings of the MSCA Board of Directors and MSCA committee meetings, just get rid of the word meetings. It'll sound a little better.
All right,
Right.
that I'm willing to editorialize later.
Yeah. It's just, that's what's making it sound sort of awkward. Because you
There's
already
also
said the word
three
meetings.
Okay.
There's also 3 mentions of the MSCA within a few words.
That's okay. We
Yeah.
like who we are. All right, Mara.
Oh, I would just like to call the question.
Been moved to close debate. Is there a second?
Move to close debate.
Is there a second?
I second it. Tim
Moved
Mitchell.
second to close debate. I believe it's non-debatable. To say non-negotiable. It has to pass by 2/3 majority. All right. So, so Chris, can you just put in there motion to close debate?
Oh shit. Yes. Yeah.
Like-
Hang on a second. Motion. Oh, sorry.
Move
Sorry.
to oh,
Motion to close. I had the other motion for the.
That's fine. Motion to close debate.
All right. Motion to close debate. All right. So I am opening up the poll. Motion to close debate. Yeah, that's the right one. Okay. And 3, 2, 1. All right, and it passes. Debate is closed. 53-1.
All right, that's a 2/3 majority. All right, so debate is closed. Is there any questions? No more. I would like to move. All right, so I've read it. I don't think I need to read it again unless somebody doesn't understand, didn't understand my butchering of it last time. All right, so now we're voting on the actual resolution. So Chris, if you can poll that. All in favor of the resolution as amended.
Motion to adopt a resolution for MSCA to adopt transparent practices as amended. 3, 2, 1. And the resolution passes 47-11.
All right, thank you. I don't have any other new business items. Go ahead, Michelle.
I emailed a new business item prior to the meeting and attached it as a PDF.
What time?
3:30.
All right, I'll have to get it on the other computer.
I
Charlotte,
also sent one to you.
Charlotte.
Oh, whoops.
I also emailed you one, CJ, at 3:30 as well. And I can
Okay.
post it in the chat.
No,
That's
I need to
easier.
read it first. Go ahead, Virginia.
And I sent you one at around, I can look at the time stamp sent to you and Maria at around 3:15.
All right, so I can't get them from this computer. So we're going to have to recess for about 10 minutes for me to get them posted and talk to the parliamentarian and read them first. So recess until 5:20. Okay.
All right, 5:20. We're in recess.
Is there any entertainment during recess?
The entertainment is delayed. The entertainment is
Karsten.
delayed.
We can entertain ourselves, Karsten.
We are allowed to talk.
Yeah, we can talk if you want.
We just can't conduct business.
Good to see you.
Yes, I have to go to a MSCA delegate meeting to talk to Mara.
That's what we do, right? We never see time on campus.
Oh, there's the entertainment.
Was that the official MSCA anthem?
We can all sing.
Yeah, nice.
So,
Tell it like it is. It just came on when the meeting was starting. It's divine intervention.
so my takeaway is to be, since I seconded that, is to be super careful with wordsmithing before seconding a motion and submitting.
Because I think there's cases where you're happy that there's no open meeting law constraints, right? We had that on our campus with the presidential search where they decided that the search committee meeting was live streamed. And the committee members weren't happy about it.
But it was really interesting to watch. Wow.
Well, the drama got taken out because the candidate we were worried about pulled back. So could have been ugly, but it wasn't.
That whole thing was really interesting.
How was that decision made to live stream it? Where did the decision?
It was a subcommittee of the Board of Trustees, and they've been yelled at by Massachusetts State for not, and by the union. I mean, we've been saying, where are your minutes and stuff.
Right.
So they just said that also applies to our subcommittee.
Mm-hmm.
Is the live stream going right now though, or did they pause it?
It's
Just a thought. Just throwing that out there, guys.
We're still live and still recording.
I know. So if you go on YouTube right now, you're watching this conversation.
You are still live, guys, just so you know.
Yeah, exactly. Just thought I would tell you that. I figured.
Good job, Nicole.
Just looking out for you.
Mara,
Just
that
reporting
was
out.
especially for you, Mara, especially to let you know that people could hear what you were saying.
Well, I just said it was really interesting. I mean, I've never served on a presidential search committee, so to be able to hear the deliberations was really, you know,
I guess that's
and Claudia and Brian, if you're listening, did an amazing job. Amazing.
I'm just gonna go tell my kids I'm on YouTube now. They're gonna think I'm amazing.
Everyone that does a presidential search says they'll never do it again. I can see.
I second that emotion, right?
I think
I had to be on the search
particularly
committee.
right
I had to be on the search committee and then fire him too. That was my job.
That's full circle. Yeah, so it's funny, we're discussing an open meeting in a meeting that does not have to be open by open meeting law, where we decided to put it on YouTube, right?
Okay, by the raise of hands, how many people have moved from looking at their big screen to looking at their small screen?
To be fair, Christian, I moved from my big screen to my medium screen, not my small screen.
Okay, all right, that's an outlier there.
Recess. I currently have 2 screens going at once.
Chris, I'm going to be shifting from my small to my big at some point soon, and you'll just let me in, or how do I do that? This is Dan from Salem State.
If you're lucky. Yes, I'll let you in.
No, I'm just letting you know that that's going to happen probably in like 10 minutes.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. My Venmo name is at Seagullen, just so you remember.
So you can send me some money?
Yeah.
Can't believe you missed that opportunity, Chris Cullen.
It's been a long day.
Nicole, thank you again. I appreciated it that you
So you
did
can
close
send
it
me
out.
some money?
Was somebody talking to me?
Thank you again for not closing out the motion, the amendment.
Oh,
I appreciate it.
no, you know what's weird is I was reading the other one, but then the other one popped up, and then I felt like an idiot because I was like, that's not the one I was even looking at.
Well,
Looking
one
at
of
the
the
wrong
things,
one.
that's the thing about typing into the chat. When you're the one typing it, everything runs in together.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Right,
I was
so,
looking at the Google Doc anyways,
New
but
business
yeah.
items are posted. You can check them on the website. I have not read them. But the order I have them posted, I think, is resolutions at MSCA, resolution for, so again, they're posted, linked on the webpage. So new business item number 3, which was submitted prior to the beginning of the assembly. Resolution for MSCA to hold statewide candidate forums via video conference, submitted by Virginia Rutter. So Virginia, do you want to speak to it? Or do you want to move it? Virginia?
Yeah, I'm here. It's just finding my spots. Yes, I'd like to move to propose a resolution for MSCA to hold statewide candidate forums via video conference. And if the chat is enabled, I can put the link in there at my peril, I realize, but just to give people a chance to easily access it.
What did I just do?
I just put the link in the chat, Virginia.
There's the link. Do we have a second?
Sorry. The parliamentarian told me that I have to call the meeting back to order because we're out of recess. So we're out of recess. We're back in session. All right. Go ahead. Sorry, Virginia.
So I'm just introducing this new business item and offering it for you guys to read. And I think we need a second.
I second this.
Says the seconder is Katie Riel.
Yes.
So moved in
that's
second.
me.
So I would suggest people take a quick chance to read it.
I put the link in the chat, and it's at the MSCA webpage, so you can go read the PDF right now.
CJ, let me know when you want me to talk.
All right, go ahead. Virginia.
Okay, so the upshot of this proposal is that to get everybody in focus, every 2 years we elect our leaders, the treasurer, secretary, president, and vice president of the MSCA. And we want to feel connected to one another. And we get this opportunity now on Zoom to have more of a chance to be connected. So so this proposal is about creating distinct or separate candidate forums that happen via video conference, AKA Zoom, but it doesn't have to be Zoom, to create video conference events just like this one so that we can meet our candidates, hear their positions, and ask them questions. And what I heard earlier from the proposal, the first new business item, is that we're looking for ways to save the efforts of our overworked campus chapter presidents. And this is in that spirit, the notion that instead of campus presidents trying to figure out when to schedule an event on their particular campus, we can use this medium even after the pandemic in order for us to meet together in this collective space. So there's one other feature of this, which is suggesting that even when folks go unopposed, because just like in our chapters and our statewide, we hope that we can have fewer unopposed races, but we've had a lot of unopposed races in the past. And yet it's a great opportunity when we have our elections for us to have a dialogue with our elected officers, CJ, Maria, Nancy, in order to just hear what their vision is, what their take is. And it's just a good communication and organizing opportunity. So that's why I put this proposal forward, and I hope that you all will consider it.
All right, so we'll start the debate 20 minutes at 5:27. So it's been moved and seconded, discussion. No discussion. So I have one question. I just want to be clear. So the resolve that item number 1 says establish separate 1-hour forums. So there's a recommendation to have separate forums for each office.
Yes.
Okay. Seeing no hands, Chris, can you poll new business item number 3? Listen.
Okay, so we have a poll to motion to adopt new business item number 3. Polling is open. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1, and the vote passes 44-9, 83%. So nice job. Back
All
to
right,
you,
new
CJ.
business item number 4. Resolution to adopt a last is first guiding principle to foster greater equity within our union and our campuses. Submitted by Michelle Corbin, second by Brian Skoulos. Sorry about the last name pronunciation. So Michelle, do you want to speak to new? It's posted on the website, and I don't know if there's a link to it in a Google Doc.
I just put the link in the chat for the website version.
I do also have a link to a Google Doc if that is helpful, although if it is just confusing, I saw some nods, I'll put it, okay.
All right, go ahead, Michelle.
Great. I am bringing a resolution for MSCA to adopt a last is first guiding principle to foster greater equity within our union and our campuses. And unlike a couple of the other motions that have been brought forward that were like super concrete, that X committee should do X, Y, and Z, this one, for anybody who has participated in the MTA meetings, you'll know that MTA has, you know, kind of standing rules and bylaws, and then they have resolutions. I'm on the resolutions committee for the MTA, and resolutions are meant, and this is captured in the language towards the very end, which is meant that it is meant to be a formal expression of opinion, intent, belief, or position to guide the MSCA, its members, its board of directors, executive committee, and other groups. It is a statement of our principles. It is an articulation that is meant to sort of guide the work of the MSCA. And what it's calling our attention to is how can we foster greater equity within our union and within our campuses? Certainly our union already does this work in lots of ways, in bargaining, in how we try to, for example, address the needs of adjuncts and VAPs. For example, when the pandemic began to come crashing down on us and the administration tries to target the more vulnerable members of our community. So in some ways it's meant to be an affirmation of what we're already doing. But I think that in this moment of social reckoning, right, where we have to acknowledge, for example, the work of, say, Black women in intersectionality, which is to say, when you name the systems of oppression and when you fully prioritize the most vulnerable members of the community, that is how you develop greater equity and move towards social justice for everyone. An injury to one is an injury to all, that entire sentiment. And as we watch the pandemic and the austerity, what's happening is it's actually creating more inequality, not just attacking us as public sector workers, but it literally divides and conquers us. It creates more inequality. And you can see that with adjuncts and VAPs and salaries. You can see that with furloughs, with our siblings at Salem State. And then of course, those are connected to the experiences of women, people of color, working class academics who end up bearing often double burdens of both objectification and systematic racism and systematic sexism. So what this is really meant to do is for us to come together and say, we affirm we will be guided by these principles such that when you're at the bargaining table and you're at the board of directors grappling with a thorny issue, if we're at our chapter meetings trying to decide a direction, we have this affirmative statement that we want to focus on and prioritize the needs of the most vulnerable, that the last shall be first within our union. So addressing, defending public higher education in our state colleges, but also addressing the increasing inequality that we see within our own ranks. So this is an opportunity for us to come together as a community and affirm that this will be our priority and that we will work diligently to address not just the attacks on our union, but the internal inequalities that are dividing and conquering us and harming all of us, actually. So I move this NBI.
All right, it's been moved. It's second. Second.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion. It is 5:33, 20 minutes starting now. Discussion. Go ahead, Virginia. Go ahead, Virginia.
Okay, so to Rayla's point in the chat, it takes a minute to read.
Sorry. Is everybody finished reading? Sorry. Does anybody need more time?
Because one of the things that I thought I would do is show people the structure of this proposal, because it.
All right, but if we're going to debate, we got 3 minutes, 2 times, 20 minutes total. So I'd rather not have you talking over people reading it because that's going to run our clock.
Okay, that's what I'll do.
So does anybody need more time to read it? You need to raise your hand. Oh, wow, let's go on multiple screens. All right, so I assume everybody's ready. Go ahead, Virginia.
Okay, well, I'll skip that part with your advice, CJ, but we're talking about the inequities that we experience that Michelle has been describing that are happening, that are not unique to our campuses, but we're having the the pressures from the austerity ideology that has created a lot of pressure on our campuses and has instituted a divide and conquer strategy that we experience. So you see the inequities discussion and then the divide and conquer discussion. What the bosses like to do is pit us against each other. And what we want to figure out how to do more of is remember that we're going to tell them we're not having anything of that pitting us against each other. And we're going to keep reminding you, using the power of shame and the power, as well as the power of our contracts, the power of politics, and where we can vote with our feet, the power of money. We're going to use those things to get across in our institutions the importance of equity for all of our members. And I was drawn to this proposal. I value this proposal because I have been struggling with these puzzles of last is first as staying reminded of them as I've worked on the board, as I've worked in bargaining, as I've worked on my campus, that I recognize that when I stay with these principles that I've seen our union do our best work. And so that's my support of it.
Okay, anybody else? Sorry, barking dog, that's me. Go ahead, Nancy.
I just want to make sure that the librarians are present in there too. That's all. Just add librarians, because I saw faculty, and no librarian language, and we're oftentimes stepped on by administrators and taken advantage of. It's
All right.
pretty terrible.
Hang on,
So-
order. All right,
That's
so
all.
Nancy, do you want to amend it? Nancy?
So I'll make that change in the document, and the way I'll
All
make
right, hang on, order. It's Michelle's motion,
Oh.
so you can't edit it. It's the body's motion. So Nancy, do you want to amend it or not?
Yeah, it needs to be
All right.
amended at least wherever it says faculty, it should be faculty and librarians.
I just did a Google search and it's mentioned, I think 3 times in the document. So there's
Where?
3 locations wherever it says faculty, that your amendment would have it changed to faculty and librarians, correct?
Correct.
All right, so can you point out which paragraphs?
I see the 5th paragraph.
Yep, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, in the 5th paragraph on the first page.
Also, the third paragraph on the second page.
All right, one at a time, please. 5th paragraph on the first page.
Correct.
Yep.
In the 3rd paragraph on the second page, it says it twice. Are there part-time librarians?
No, not in the
Okay.
MSCA.
So just after full-time temporary library, are there full-time temporary librarians?
Faculty and librarian. There can be, it's allowed in the contract.
Okay.
Yeah.
We do not represent part-time librarians. We do represent.
No, but
Okay.
could be temporary.
Librarians,
Mhm.
yeah.
Yep. At least with Apple F, those are the only places where faculty is mentioned.
All right, great. So there's a motion to amend the 5th paragraph, 2nd line for tenure line faculty and librarians. And then the 3rd paragraph, page 2, the 4th line will say part-time faculty, full-time temporary faculty and librarians. So that's the motion to amend those. Is there a objection to those amendments? Margot, your hand's up.
Yeah, but I don't have an objection to
Okay,
those.
so is there objection to the amendments? All right, so without objection, the word and librarians is added to those 2 locations in the resolution. Go ahead, Margot, on the resolution itself.
Okay, I'm not one to believe, and people know this, as a hierarchy of oppression question or lists of oppression categories, and yet you use the category here, gender. I'm curious for clarification on what you mean by that category. This doesn't include explicit reference to queer, LGBTQ, transgender, non-binary, etc.
So is that for Michelle?
Yes, I'm looking for a clarification. Does your intention include that category or not?
My intention, and I looked for where I named that in the document, and it says intersecting inequalities across race, ethnicity, nationality, and gender. I do mean gender to be broadly inclusive, and certainly do not mean to set this up in this sort of divisive oppression Olympics.
No,
So thank you for calling that for asking the question.
I'm looking for an explicit reference to the category of, when you say gender, most people read that as, male versus female or particular men versus women categories. I'm looking for an explicit reference to queer identities and transgender non-binary identities as well.
All right, so if you have a suggestion to amend, Margot, you could help us with what to use, which words and where?
Okay, hold on a second.
All right, okay.
I can clarify that the only place I use the language of identity is on the first page in the 1, 2, 3rd, 4th paragraph.
Right.
So if we wanted to expand that language, it seems to me that would be the place to do it.
Right, I mean, you could include something like including, queer identities, transgender and non-binary, something like that. I don't know. My brain isn't functioning. It's been a long day.
All right, so I'm far from an expert on this stuff. Is gender identity?
Well, you could say that, but that would not necessarily include you and me, CJ. So I'm just wondering if this, we wanted to make it more LGBTQ, whatever, you could add that if you wanted. Gender just usually means, women.
Yeah. One option would be to say gender and sexuality, which sexuality is fairly broad. Would that be sufficiently broad, Margot?
All right, order. So Margot, does that help?
Yes, it helps. I would say gender, sexuality, and transgender, non-binary folk or people or something.
All right, so let's put a pin. Somebody had their hand up and then they disappeared.
Jen Negrasia had her hand up.
Yeah, okay.
Do I speak now?
Yeah.
Okay. I was just going to say, we could say queer identities. Right?
Yes, we could.
Okay.
All right, so Margot, so help me. How do we want to, do you have a suggested amendment on the 4th paragraph? Or does somebody have a suggested amendment? I don't mean to pick on the queer folk. Go ahead, Virginia.
Just want to take up the recommendation and that was just made to say that it would read race, ethnicity, nationality, gender, and queer identities.
Does that do it? Does that help you, Margot, or no?
I have an objection.
Good. All right, so that's not certainly not going to be unanimous. Margot, do you have better wording? All right, so Virginia, Michelle, you got in your point, yes? Michelle?
My point, which point?
Your objection, your hand's still up.
Oh,
okay,
sorry. Yes, I just wanted to say that I objected to that specific formation.
So hands up are Virginia. Diane?
As someone who identifies as LGBT, I'd like to say we do not like to be referred to as queer. In the early days, the gay rights movement cops were calling us queer and beating us with clubs and breaking bottles in bars. So I strongly object to the insertion of the term queer.
So I'm not sure how to respond.
I'm not looking to get into a debate in the community here. I actually would accept what Michelle is writing. The community itself has its own debates. What Michelle wrote in the chat, gender and sexuality, including non-conforming and LGBTQIA is perfectly acceptable to me, and I think that would work. It's very inclusive.
All right, so I just don't want Diane to feel offended. I'm also gay, and I understand that when when you were growing up and I was growing up, queer was very offensive. It's actually a way that younger people find to be in a positive way of identifying themselves. So I just don't, I understand that word still means something different to me than it does, nowadays.
That's why I didn't want to get into
I
it.
know, but I don't want her to feel like,
Yep, I'm with you.
Okay. So, so the suggestion is to amend the phrase to be gender and sexuality, including gender nonconforming and whoops, it just moved, LGBTQIA identities.
Yep.
So that, I'll say Margot moved that.
Yep.
Any discussion? Well, is it, let's not ask for unanimous consent yet. Is there a second? Well, no, let's do it. Sorry. Is there objection to that change? Walter, do you have your hand up?
Yes, I just wanted to say, was saying all sexual expressions be helpful?
I don't know if that helps. Does that help, Margot? Michelle, no? Okay, it doesn't seem to help.
Okay.
Thanks for trying. So is there any objection to and sexuality, including gender nonconformity and LGBTQIA identities? Any objection? All right, so without objection, that's the fourth paragraph has been amended to read as I read. Any other discussion? Go ahead, Suzanne.
I have a question, and so I do notice, and I speaking in favor of this, but I do notice there's a lot of talk about austerity. There's a lot of talk about like divide and conquer and how the administrations try to divide and conquer. Was this, or does this also kind of speak to situations that happen in between campuses? For example, right now, Salem State is obviously in a very tough situation with their administration. Does this also speak to situations like that, like as a statewide campuses, we're going to be, kind of putting energy and time and support into campuses that are kind of having a rougher go at it?
Does anybody want to respond? Michelle, go ahead.
I would see that as included, and I think that's why, like in the title, we say greater equity within our union and our campuses. And so it's really, that's in some ways why I'm writing it broadly, is that they create internal inequalities, and that we ourselves need to attend to and show solidarity around those internal inequalities. And we know that those inequalities absolutely are connected to even some of the identity politics we're talking about, right? The more Black, brown, and working class folks are in a place, the more likely they are to be attacked. So I think all of those things are interconnected.
Thank you very much.
Anyone else? Okay, that explosion was, but all right. So Chris, can you poll new business item 4? Does anybody want the changes read, or are we good? We good? We're good. All right, so if you can poll new business item 4.
So the poll is a motion to adopt new business item 4 as amended. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Poll is closed and the motion passes 44-9. All set.
All right,
Back to
thank
you,
you.
CJ.
New business item number 5 should be posted on the website. Michelle, sorry, Charlotte. Oh,
Yes,
Jennifer,
and
wait
I
a minute. Jennifer, do you have a question?
Yeah, I just wanted to respectfully say that before we move into the next proposal, if proposals could be received at least a few days in advance, for us to have time to read and fully understand them. I feel like I'm just being very reactionary to a lot of these proposals that just came in half an hour before the meeting started. So I just want to respectfully request that. Thank you.
All right, I appreciate that, but the standing rules require that allow, don't let me say require, that allow that they can be submitted immediately before the meeting. So it's an issue we would need, if people want to, they would have to amend the standing rules next year. All right, go ahead, Charlotte, sorry.
Okay, thanks. So should I let people read it before I speak? Or just
It's one page. So we'll give 2 minutes to read.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a link to both the MSCA Union version and the Google Drive version in the chat that you can take a look at.
Is everybody good? Does anybody need more time? All right, go ahead, Charlotte.
Okay, great, thanks. So this resolution comes out of a desire to, that I think we've seen in some other NBIs today, which is to basically broaden opportunities for leadership, broaden opportunities for engagement within the union, building off the really amazing and wonderful work that's been happening over the past couple of years. I think there's also a desire here to kind of spread out the burdens of leadership, kind of recognizing that it's not fair that a few people are doing like unbelievable amounts of work. It's also, I think, in the spirit, if not the letter of the MSCA Constitution, which says that no person shall hold at one time 2 paid positions within the MSCA, and that opening up those positions more broadly is going to benefit the union more generally. And it's also, I think, about the values of transparency and accountability. So creating hiring processes for these positions, creating job descriptions, having contact information on the website so that people know who is filling these positions and how to get in touch with them, having the board of directors set up an application process, and then finally having some more information sharing about what these jobs are and what people have accomplished during their time in these positions. So thank you very much.
So moved and seconded? 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 All right,
Sorry, seconded, Vicky.
all right, thank you. All right, so I have one concern here. The second to last resolve that the MSCA Board of Directors votes on the selection of the candidates. So right now, the Constitution vests that authority in the MSCA president. So to me, this is a constitutional amendment and is not appropriately in a resolution. It would have to, so that that resolved, I think is a constitutional amendment. And I would rule it's that line is out of order. Because it is a constitutional amendment, there's a process for amending the Constitution.
So if that was removed and it was said that the president would select the candidates, would that fix it, or should it just be turned into a constitutional amendment?
So other than that, I don't see anything else with this that violates the Constitution, that would amend the Constitution. So if that line was struck, it doesn't have to mention the MSCA president or anything, then I don't see any other constitutional issues with the rest of the document. Go ahead, Michelle.
I have a point of information about this. In my reading, it says that the MSCA Board of Directors votes on the selection of the candidates. It does not say the Board of Directors appoints the candidates. So I'm wondering if it could be argued that it is an advisory vote that actually still leaves the role of the president to do the appointment intact.
All right, so let me charge Kendra so we can pay her. That's not how I understand votes to be. It doesn't say advisory. So the question for the parliamentarian, the way it's worded, that the MSCA Board of Directors votes on the selection of a candidate. Does that mean appoint, or does that just mean I can do whatever I want after that?
I agree that I read it as it appoints
Right.
them to do it. It's not advisory. And so I agree with your analysis of the statement, CJ.
So as it's written, I think it would violate, sorry, it doesn't violate. It's basically an amendment to the Constitution. So if the word advisory were added there, or if it was struck, those seem to me to be two options that would fix my concern about amending the Constitution through resolutions. Suzanne has your hand up.
Thank you. I have a quick question. I hope will be quick. Currently, right now, in terms of the positions of bargaining action leader, prospective editor, assistant editor, MSCA webmaster, how are these individuals currently appointed? I know that the president appoints them, but is it from a pool? Does he just, or, does the president just decide? Could you very briefly just comment on that?
My appointments have been by asking individuals if they'd be interested in doing the job, and then if they were, appointing them, and if not, I would move to somebody else. That's how I've operated. Like my predecessor, I can't speak to what she did or her predecessor, but that's the quick answer.
Thank
Michelle?
you, CJ.
Yep. Michelle?
Yeah, I would like to make a motion to add the word to the sentence in question, and I'll put it in the chat. The MSC Board of Directors takes an advisory vote on the selection of the candidates, with the understanding that that still creates the space for the Board of Directors to be part of a process of appointment, but does not turn it into a constitutional amendment.
Did you say you typed in the chat?
Oh, I did. I just didn't hit enter. There we go.
So the second to last the second to last resolved, to resolve that the MSA Board of Directors takes an advisory vote on the selection of the candidates. Is there objection? Without objection? All right, so the amendment is now included without objection. Thank you. More discussion on the resolution. Let me just write this on my paper. Directors takes. Any discussion? Singular vote.
Margot's hand is up.
Go ahead, Margot.
I'm just curious, I understand the desire for more transparency and more process. I'm totally down for that. I just am curious. The examples you used were, particular. So I'm just saying, there's a multitude of examples. So I'm just wondering, what is the impetus for, is there a dissatisfaction with the work? I'm just asking for what's motivating this desire.
Charlotte?
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's dissatisfaction. I think it's having questions, going to the MSCA website, having a hard time finding the information, and just, hearing a greater desire to be engaged from union members on my campus and having a hard time knowing where to go. So I don't think there's dissatisfaction with any jobs that people are doing or anything like that, but just a desire to kind of create more visible and easy to find ways to engage and to expand, people being involved in the union.
All right, Margot, you still have your hand up, or you all set?
I'm just pointing out there are multiple jobs that follow under this revision, right? Not just the webmaster or the bargaining action chair, and you used one example. There are multiple jobs that the statewide president, picks, not just those two. So I'm wondering, yeah, I guess I'm just pointing that out. This is not a singular motion. It's, a resolution. It seems to be about all of them, and there are multiple. So the other thing I want to I'm sorry, I just have to say this. I have been on this MSCA Board of Directors for 12 years, and the website is in much better condition right now than it ever has been. So I just had to say that.
All right, Mara? You're muted.
I was just rereading it. I'm a little confused because it lists what looks to me like 6 or 7 positions. And I was just going to throw out the example. I had tried to just casually find out who was editing the newsletter, just to email an idea, and it wasn't on the website. So that's just, one tiny little example of where it would be helpful to have, contact info on the website.
It is on the website. You may not have found it. If you go,
Well, it was the page.
I understand,
the officers was where I was looking.
It's the editor of the Perspective. It's on the Perspective page.
Okay.
Suzanne?
Yeah, so I kind of want to speak in favor of this and also kind of echo what Charlotte said. There is nothing wrong with anything that the individuals who are currently in these positions are doing. I know personally a couple people who I would love to see more involved in the union, who might be able to participate and might be really good candidates in these positions, because even the people who are currently in the positions will probably not want to be in them forever. And so just having a way of being able to say, listen, and they may not be on anybody's radar because they teach on Thursdays, they don't go to union meetings. This seems to provide a little bit more of a way for them to kind of get their names out and be a witness to, something they might be able to do in the future. So yeah, I would just like to speak in favor of it for that reason.
All right. There were a couple hands that went down. Go ahead, Maria.
I just also want to speak in favor of this, primarily because I think at the board of directors, we often talk about the need to bring more people in and to be able to expand leadership. And I think that the more people we have who see themselves as part of our union and who can see themselves as part of that. So, I mean, the benefit of posting a job and making an open call is that people then can sort of see, well, is this something I could do? Is this something I'd want to do? And they could submit their name in that way. And even if they don't get it that time, they start to see themselves as being able to participate. And I think it really expands leadership opportunities and makes our members feel like they could be part of the union in a different way.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, so it's been amended. Is everybody clear on what they're voting on? All right, Chris, can you poll new business item number 5?
Motion to accept new business item. Oh, I forgot to write as
You
amended.
can say it, but you got to put the poll out.
That would help. Okay. So motion to accept new business item number 5 as amended. Three, 2, 1, and the motion passes 46-9.
All right, thank you. That concludes item number 7.5 on the agenda. Officer reports. So it is 6:03. I have a 4-page report I was going to summarize. In the interest of time, I will forego an oral report because we still have the budget. And people can read the report my report that's posted on the website. So MSC Vice President Maria.
So I will do the same thing. My report is not posted on the website. You can read my report here at this Google Doc. I will just say that I think that coming into this position this year, a few things that were really important to me were things around increasing transparency, trying to create opportunities for members to engage with each other across the different campuses, do more of that, and also to tie the work we're doing here to the MTA work a little bit more strongly. And so I hope this report reflects some of the ways that I've tried to do that.
All right, thank you. Secretary Nancy.
So my report is posted. So you can just go to my report as well.
All right, thank you. All right, Eric. I think I want to do this a little bit different than we normally have done in the past. Normally we go into the committee of the whole, we talk about the budget, ask questions. I think I just want to do the questions without going into the committee of the whole. But I would ask people to hold amendments until we get through the explanation of the budget. So going back to my script, because I lost page 3. Somewhere over here. I just want to make sure because I think we have to do the auditor's report first.
Yep.
Okay, is there a motion? So Eric's report is posted on the webpage. The auditor's report is included. So is there a motion to adopt the auditor's report? And if people don't know where it is, Chris, can you copy that link in there? If you don't mind. So, Eric, do you know which pages the auditor report is on? I didn't print it.
Yeah, I mean, if you have the entire book, it starts on sort of page 5.
So
where would I find the link to that? I'm sorry. Where would I find the link?
It wouldn't say auditor's report.
No, it's within the treasurer's report itself.
Right.
Isn't it page 3?
Yeah, I mean, it starts technically the auditor's report starts on page 3, but like all the actual information starts on page 5. If you're actually kind of flipping through.
Right. Of course.
All
Post the link to the PDF right now.
All right, so there it is. Okay, so let me just open that or try to open that. All right, so actually, Eric can actually move adoption. So Eric moves adoption of the auditor's report. Is there a second? All my screens are open. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, moved and seconded. Eric, do you want to sort of summarize it before people vote on it?
Sure. I mean, the auditor's report is fairly self-explanatory. Our auditor had no problems with all the setup. Looks like we're in good standing. You can kind of go through and just see where we're at in terms of revenue. Our investments were up last year due to the market rising, but that'll be who knows what the next pandemic year will take. But by and large, he had not even by and large, he had no concerns, he had no worries with our accounts and with our standing.
So any questions or well, I guess we can't amend the auditor's report. So any questions? All right, so Chris, if you can poll on adoption of the auditor's report. Bottom of page 3.
All right, so this is a motion to accept the auditor's report.
Fine, good enough.
Adoption. Yeah, that's an adoption. Three, 2, 1. Poll is closed. Passes 44-0. Back to you, CJ.
All right, thank you. So on the budget. All right, budget. So the budget is a separate link on the web page. So it's also included in the treasurer's report, but it's a separate link that's a little bit bigger because I had trouble with my 56-year-old eyes looking at those little numbers. They're big numbers, but they were small type. Chris, if you could link that or put the link in the chat. I'll let Eric go. Eric, so at this point, I would prefer questions, and then we can. Well, is there a motion to approve the budget, budget recommended by the MSCA Board of Directors? Sarah, yes. Moved. Is there a second? Nicole, thank you.
Second.
Moved in second. All right. So I rather than take amendments and discussion first, let Eric go through it, and then we'll take amendments. Great.
All right, so I'm going to go a little bit just, ahead to talk about the budget, because one of the things that kind of shaped the budget was the fact that our anticipated income for next year is decreasing due to just less dues coming in. So that led to the cuts that we've seen kind of throughout the budget for next fiscal year. The biggest takeaway from all this is that we're slashing a lot of committee funding. A lot of that has been also beneficial of Zoom. The fact that board of directors, we can do Zoom. We're doing this via Zoom. So that's been a huge cost savings. And frankly, for the next year, because of the lower amount of income coming in, we will probably, I'm going to say we have to do these via Zoom, because meeting and reimbursing people for mileage and all that kind of stuff, just it's literally not in the budget for next year. We have Zoom, as Chris talked about, we're going to have the Zoom license. So let's use that to our advantage as best we can. Going through some of the cuts that we made, going through just the various lines. You have the bigger lines that we see the cuts to, the 90-30, the board of directors, 90-40 negotiations, labor management, again, taking out money for meeting sessions and whatnot. Database, happy to report that the database has finally been to a point where we are seeing major progress with that. We are now onto a newer database that has removed some of the issues in the past, so that the budgeting for that has been largely removed. It'll be largely more maintenance and bug fixes and tweaks going forward, but it won't be the huge sort of outlay of possible expenses that we were budgeting for in previous years. So then you see, librarians committee has been removed. Committee expenses for 90-50, the contract, administrative and grievance has been taken out. 90-60 legislative has been completely wiped out, both committee expenses and phenom. Again, affirmative action, communications, just those have been zeroed out. It's all what I've been saying. The one tricky part too is that we did have to put money back into line 9085 for elections, because we're going to have an election, so we have to fund that. And then certain things like 9080 conventions and workshops, we had to leave that pretty much untouched, because some of that is out of our control. If MTA decides to have a live meeting in the spring of 2022, we need to budget for that now. And so that was sort of one of the tricky things too, budgeting for post, possibly post-pandemic functions and meetings in the midst of the pandemic and everything else going on. So that's sort of where we're at with the budget. We had to make some cuts due to less anticipated income for next year. And it was some tough cuts, but we had to kind of slash where we could.
Okay, Joanna, let's deal with questions first. Any questions before amendments? Charlotte, do you have a question or an amendment?
I have a question.
Go ahead.
So I just wondered if there was more information about the drop in dues, and if that's coming from like less people being hired at universities, or if it's coming from a drop in membership.
So the dues income is 100% membership. That's the only income we have is through dues. There has been a drop in the number of full-time union members and part-time union members. There's been a decrease in part-time unit members because not as many part-timers have been hired. The full-time membership number, I'm not sure there's been a drop. There may be a little bit of a drop, but we are not having as much success as we have in the past, convincing full-time unit members to become union members. And that is a concern and remains a concern because the situation is getting worse, not better. I mean, we actually, post-Janus, we actually had a bubble. We had a lot of people who were paying agents fee who actually converted to union, but newer people are not signing up despite efforts. Joanna, do you have a question or amendment?
Amendment.
Mara, do you have a question?
I had a question following up on what you just said, CJ.
Okay.
Is now okay.
Yeah.
So I was going to ask you that exact question if Janus was having an impact, because I know last year you reported your concerns, and I think Maria did also. what percentage of full-time tenure track faculty are members? Do you have any? I'm just curious.
I don't have it, but it should be easy to get within a week or so, and I can send it to all delegates.
Yeah, it would be interesting to know and what the decline has been, and is there something we could try to do to reverse that trend?
All right, so you specified tenure track or full-time? Because we have a significant number of full-time temporary faculty.
I thought you were saying it was the full-time.
It's full-time, which includes full-time tenure track and full-time temporary. But
Well, it might be nice to know where the fall off is.
Right.
Is it equal in both categories or?
So I don't have that. I don't know, Eric, if you have it handy. I don't have it handy, but we can get it and send it to all delegates.
Yeah, I don't have it handy, but I can look. But yeah, I think a lot of the fall off looking at, I can try to find the previous income worksheets for past years, but I believe most of the fall off we see is in full time, not full-time half, but
so there was a quick question about Janus. Janus was the United States Supreme Court decision that abolished agency fees. So when somebody became a bargaining unit member, they could either join the union and pay us dues, or they had to pay an agency fee because we have to negotiate the contract on their behalf and stuff like that. So the Supreme Court, thanks to the Republican appointees, abolished that. So if they don't join the union, they get all our representation for free. All right, any other questions? All right, then we'll go to amendments. Joanna.
Okay, yeah, so I want
Let me
make a motion.
It might be easier if we post the budgets. If somebody, Chris, can you show it so we can see what line items you're referring to? All right, so
Well,
Chris, can you share your screen and then go ahead, Joanna?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion that we amend the budget to put back funding for Phenom.
How much?
I don't have last year's budget in front of me.
It's on the, I think it's on the, oh, wait a minute, it's not. Oh, yeah. All right, so the document that's posted has the 2020, 2021 budget in the left-hand column.
I see, okay, great.
Middle column is the proposed budget from the Board of Trustees. Sorry, the Board of Directors. So last year.
Is this the document you wanted me to share, CJ?
Yes, perfect. Where's the Phenom?
I don't see it.
Maybe it's included in, sorry, it's on the second
page.
9060. 9060. It was $6,000.
Okay, so my motion is that the amendment would be to fund Phenom 6,000.
All right, so do you have a line item to pull it from? Because I don't think we can run a deficit budget. I guess we could. So you want to add $6,000 to line item 9060 Phenom.
Yeah, that's the motion. If there's a second, I'll speak on the
Is there a
motion.
second? All right, so you're gonna have to raise your hands for seconds because my view is now obstructed. Go ahead, Dana, second. Dana, second?
Yes.
Okay, great. Moved and seconded. Discussion.
So on the motion?
Joanna, go ahead.
Yes, I've been working with Phenom for the past couple of years at Salem State. And they've been, the organization's been incredibly helpful. I mean, not only just the statewide work where we go into Advocacy Day, but really quite locally helping us in our fight with our Board of Trustees and our president. Our chapter of Phenom on campus got over 2,000 signatures from students. The president doesn't have much respect for faculty, but soon after he got that petition, he did stop furloughs for a little bit. And it didn't work out in the end. But I would like to also say $6,000, it may seem like a lot of money, but if we don't maintain this relationship with our student organizers, I think that we lose something that's really important symbolically, right? Which is, and it's not just students, right? It's a network of all higher ed workers and members of the higher ed community. I think it's symbolic. It shows that we are working together. I mean, when I take a look at the language in the Constitution, we really are, part of the mission of this organization is to fight for public funding from the Commonwealth and from the federal government. And to cut ties with groups that we've been building relationships doesn't seem like a good idea at this moment.
Thank you. Go ahead, Dan.
Yeah, I also want to speak in favor of putting in the $6,000. I too am from Salem State, and Phenom is very important to the work that we've been doing locally. As probably most of you know, I don't know if everybody knows, there was a retrenchment document that was put out by accidentally given to a member of ours and then given to the membership, which had 31 of our faculty on a list of retrenchment. Phenom is one on the front lines of fighting the fight against retrenchment. And if we want to really, and we care about anti-austerity politics, if we care about more public funding, and we want to save members' jobs, then we absolutely need to fund Phenom because they are the ones fighting with us. Not all students are fighting with us, actually. Phenom is leading the fight for us at Salem State, in conjunction with their desire for public funding for higher ed and also to limit the losses, the massive losses that we've had, 50 faculty and librarians over the last, 5 or 6 years, to try to reverse that trend. I mean, if we cut ties with Phenom, then we lose a major ally, and that would be a major problem.
Nancy?
How can we get them to spend the money? Because I think that's been the major problem, is we've had money in the budget for them, and then they just don't spend it. So that's my only, I mean, it's not that it's not a good place to put money, it's just they haven't used it.
Can I speak to that real quick?
Go ahead, Eric.
So yeah, I think that's part of the problem too, is that like this year, so this is my first year and getting into it over the summer, I think in June, just sort of talking to the idea of them spending money, is when we got a bunch of receipts from them so June of 2020, we got receipts for 2018, 2019. And then it was close to $10,000. And so it was just this bundle of just various receipts and all this kind of stuff. And I'm not saying that they weren't doing good work, but so like, here's our bucket of receipts. And so, the idea, do they know there's money out there? Working with them to get that money recouped in a timely fashion would also be vital. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I don't have a raise. I don't have a raised hand. I'm just going to raise my physical hand.
Okay, Sarah.
Okay, so I'm curious about something since there's interested in getting this money. You have now a Zoom license, right? Where is the cost for the Zoom license in the budget? Is that under the meetings or is it elsewhere?
Eric?
It was in office maintenance.
Okay, then, and CJ, you're not going to like this, but if we were to have a MSCA assembly next year that was via Zoom, that would be a place that you could save some money. And then if you want to put it to Phenom, then you'd be able to do it.
All right, so is your argument that we don't have to pay, the fee is an annual fee? So
I'm not against the Zoom. I'm saying in terms of 90/30, you have Delegate Assembly listed here and there's some money. And so if you had a Zoom meeting instead, then you wouldn't have to have any rental and food costs going towards the Delegate Assembly.
I understand. That's the board of directors' decision, not mine.
Okay, well, I just figured I'd bring that up.
Just
a thought.
The screen share doesn't seem relevant to any of this. Could we stop that?
All right, go ahead. Maria?
I just wanted to also speak to the reimbursement process. I think one of the issues with that situation is that we don't have separate reimbursement processes for members versus this, to me, seems like money we give to an allied group. And so the expectation is that they would have to share all of their mileage, all the foods. So that's going to be a bundle of receipts if you're getting $6,000. Sorry for kids in the background. Perhaps we might need to think about on the Treasury end, how we allocate funds to allied unions to make that a little bit more streamlined and more reasonable if we want to actually foster that relationship.
Chris?
So I was a member of Phenom for a little while, or I was involved with Phenom for a little while. I was the chapter organizer at Westfield, and I understand they have really good intentions, but when I was doing work with them, it felt like a lot of talk and not a lot of action. Just lots of organizing and let's do this and let's do this, and it didn't really go anywhere. People wouldn't show up to things. I mean, I think that staying connected with them is fine, but I mean, $6,000 is a lot of money, and I think it might be better well spent elsewhere. Like I said, maybe things have been changed, but it just felt very disorganized and just not a lot of. It just felt like all talk and no action. So that's just my experience dealing with Phenom. So I just thought I would put that out there before we vote on giving them the money. So.
All right, Mara.
Sorry about that. Mouse wasn't responding. So I'm a strong supporter of Phenom, but I've seen this in the budget every year. I just assume we just gave them a donation of $6,000. Legally, can we do that, or do we have to require that they give us receipts and then we piecemeal reimburse them?
So the legality question has changed because there was an agency fee issue in the past, but the line item was created as a reimbursement line. So it is a reimbursement line.
I mean, can it be changed, or do we?
Maybe, I don't know. Good girl. All right, Nicole.
I know you mentioned if we were to give money to Phenom, where else in the budget could we take it from? I could be off base here, but I'm just curious, do we still need the same amount of money for elections now that we passed new business item number 1, where we're going to have if we don't have to run elections for non-contested positions?
The election line item is for a vendor that physically runs the election, okay, which is about, it used to be 10,000. Okay. Does that answer your question?
Okay, so we would need the same amount anyways. All right.
Every other year, we need a significant amount of money to pay the vendor. We have to pay postage for mail out, mail back. Bye-bye, doggy. Welcome to Zoom. Does that answer your question? So next year there's an election. The year after that, we don't need the 10th. It goes in the budget and then comes out of the budget. Irina.
Yeah, so this is a conversation with Phenom that keeps coming up. I think what is relevant to know is that Phenom has a chapter on just a couple of at the different universities. I believe it's 3 of them. So 6 of the universities don't actually have Phenom. I know my campus, I'm from Bridgewater State. We, I believe 1 year had a good student that was part of Phenom. But this year, when I've tried to contact and have any kind of joint actions, I've not been able to reach anybody. So I think to Chris's point, I think there's some inconsistency in, being able to engage with them and have them participate in action. So I do have perhaps a suggestion to not make this line item about Phenom, but make it about some student organizations, and then perhaps distribute those funds, to some student organization that perhaps, are willing to show what they're going to do for us, how we're going to partner up each year. I think that would free up. I feel we're in a cycle where at each delegates meeting, we keep having this conversation. And I think there's a lot of great student organizations out there. And, at times that's been Phenom, but at times that's not been it. So trying to maybe shift the focus where we talk about, partnering with student organization and seeing how we can make the most out of this money. Because I feel that sometimes that's not necessarily worked with Phenom. And for example, this is a good example this year at Bridgewater. I've not been able to contact anybody despite reaching out to APA colleagues as well, trying to figure out what's going on.
All right, thank you. Anita?
Yeah, I was just about to take my hand down. I think that's exactly where I was headed with this. And I'm wondering if just reducing the amount of money, maybe it doesn't have to be 6,000 this year, maybe it can be less. But I think keeping the connection open to the students from the pocketbook is really important as a statement. So I would propose that we maybe keep it a line item, change it to student organizations, and perhaps just reduce it this year, but not close it down.
All right, I know people have wonderful suggestions, but I need to know if people are actually, if either Irina or Nita, we're gonna move to amend. There's still a speaking order, so if you wanted to amend, get back in the speaking order. Nancy, George?
So I recall the reason why it was a certain amount was because it was specifically used for a software package that they used quite a while ago. Perhaps I can't even think of how many years ago it was, but like Voter Voice or something. There was some, and it had a specific, it had like that sort of a price tag attached. And so that's why there was that amount of money. But I don't know what happened to that software, or if they're, obviously they don't seem to be using it anymore. So that's probably why it's just like, they just submit receipts willy-nilly, because it's, I don't think they're using that software.
All right.
Do you remember, CJ? I mean, because
Voter Voice, I'm not sure that was it, but it sounds familiar.
it was some sort of software that had to do with political action.
The issue back then was an issue of agency fee because we couldn't use agency fee money for to give them because they're effectively lobbyists and stuff like that. But now that it's all union money, that's sort of the specifics on what we can use it for.
Right, but that sort of means that it doesn't necessarily have to be that amount of money.
But again, the Delegate Assembly, when they created the line item, was a reimbursement line. Joanna was next.
Yeah, I just wanted to offer, I'm learning a lot through this discussion, and it seems to me that for the line, I really like the suggestion that it remain reimbursement, but in fact, there be a proposal process in place. What's the money for? What's the timeline? Deliverables, and then you submit your receipts, if it's approved.
Sorry, all right, so there was a motion it was moved and seconded. Just the parliamentarian wants to make sure that we're in debate of a motion on the floor. So it was moved and seconded. Thank you. It was moved and seconded. It was moved by Joanna. It was seconded by Dana. All right. So next on the speaking list was Irina. No, Dana. Dana.
I thought it was Graziana.
They come
That's
up.
okay. I'll speak.
Order here. So go ahead, Dana.
Okay. So just to make more concrete what's actually going on with this money, we had a couple of years ago a couple of students at my university who were very involved with on-campus politics and also lobbying other students to visit the State House. And they were kind of the best kind of advocates for public higher ed I've seen in terms of like networking and doing everything that they were doing. And it was reaching the State House advocacy and also broadening contact with students. Those people graduated, and the next year we were not able to find people to replace them with that same kind of energy. So I'm suggesting that I'm speaking to the idea that we should continue funding in order to keep a kind of torch, like a candle burning, to try and get people to keep doing outreach. Because the only reason that happened actually is because we had money to pay stipends to 2 students. So the money wasn't for software. We were paying stipends to students to actually be able to dedicate time that they were not doing their homework to work on political activism for public higher ed. So that I'm supporting the idea of funding. I would be open to the idea of it being less than $6,000, but I think we should keep a connection there because I think it's been important for us on our campus, at least politically, in terms of activating students.
All right, so I have no recollection of us ever funding stipends. The chapter may have done that, but I don't have any recollection of the MSC actually funding stipends.
I mean, it was a decision by the Phenom people of how to spend their money. I mean, we gave them money, right?
No, we reimbursed receipts. we didn't give them any money without a receipt. I'm not saying it didn't happen. I don't have any recollection that there were receipts.
Okay.
But anyway, Irina, Graziana, Dan, Joanna.
Yeah, so I would like to then make a motion, I think, to get back to some of the conversations that happened, both to reduce the amount, maybe to $4,000, and then make the line item to be student organization. So the motion is to amend the motion on the on the table to only have $4,000, and then instead of Phenom, make it about a student organization that then the board could review some applications and make a decision on how to expend those monies.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
All right, give me 1 second because I need to get the old speaking order because we're going to create a new one. Graziana, Dan, and Joanne, I think I had. All right, so is there a second? Okay, so there's a couple people waving seconds. All right, so just Kendra, I want to make sure. So this is a second amendment, we're okay, right? This is an amendment to amend, we're okay, okay, all right. All right, so the amendment is to change the Phenom line item to a line item that says, what, student support, student organizations?
Yeah, support for student organizations.
Support for student organizations. And to make the line item $4,000. All right, so just to get this, it was moved in second, but just to be complete, this will deficit spend our budget. So is there any additional part of that motion to move money, or that's it? I'm not asking you to do it. I just want to let you keep in mind that okay, all right. So the motion is to change the Phenom line to support for student organizations and have it funded at the level of $4,000. So there's a new speaking order on that amendment. So Graziana and Dan, do you want to speak to that, or you're back on the original Phenom motion?
I was going to call the question on the original Phenom motion.
All right, but so now there's a new, do you want to speak to this or no?
No, I think I will withdraw.
You're still on the old speaking order. Dan, do you want to speak to the new amendment?
Yeah, I mean, I would oppose the new amendment because I would want the $6,000 I would want the $6,000 line, and I would want at least some money secured for Phenom and not have to go through a process where they could be denied money. And just as a perspective of what Phenom does, I mean, all you have to do is look at the perspective for this present perspective. There's one article written by two Phenom people in that perspective. I mean, they depending on the campus. I mean, I'm sure there's campuses where students, activists come and go. I mean, we have to work as a union to cultivate those students as well. And when we're working strongly in cultivating them, they will emerge, especially if we have stipends for them. And at Salem State, we could not do the work that we're doing to try to fight against retrenchment, fight against furloughs, fight against a revision plan that is going to defund the liberal arts if it wasn't for Phenom. They're doing outstanding work, working on the debt reveal day. They had demonstrations for that. They wrote letters to the editor. They wrote commentary to the log. They are interviewed in a number of articles where putting into perspective what President Keenan was saying about furlough. So I think it would be really, really a devastating blow to our activities on campus at Salem State to not have a robust line item for Phenom.
Aruna.
I want to speak in support of the amendment. Phenom has no relevance on my campus, and I hear your support for it. I understand it, but I do have, for instance, a group of RAs on my campus that are trying to unionize. They've sought our support in that endeavor, and so I think the support for student organizations covers Phenom, perhaps as one of the contenders for that, but then it allows other sorts of student organizations.
It is ready for you to go get it.
All right, so I don't know who that was, but I'm gonna mute everybody except.
All good.
So just to wrap up, support for student organizations allows Phenom to get some funding, but it allows others to also get some funding. And I very much support that.
All right, Mara?
I mean, I think, so I would speak against the motion. I think the strength of Phenom is that it's a statewide organization that students and other unions in higher ed, it has a statewide focus. And I think that just helps expand all of our efforts. And maybe there's a way we can try to reactivate campuses that don't have a chapter or don't have a strong chapter.
Irina?
Yeah, I'd like to maybe add that, when we had a big forum for fighting for funds, as with Aruna, we had some RAs that were very, very involved and very active. We also had a good partnership with SEAM, which is an organization that is actually part of the MTA, and it's a student organization of future teachers. And so I think this motion does not preclude Phenom from actually applying for funds and getting some money. But I think, given that they only have a couple of chapters across the 9 state universities, it would be helpful to kind of try to build, some partnerships, use these funds to build some partnerships also with other unions that are present on every campus. I know SEAM is something that the MTA works and cultivates as future union members. And I think it's worth exploring some of the other student organizations with whom we can partner.
All right, Margot?
I want to speak in support to what Irina just said. I mean, the thing I want to point out is that Phenom has a particular, given the motion the new business item we just passed, which is about, supporting communities that are not necessarily empowered. The constituency that Phenom has recruited from, in my campus anyway, has been a particular constituency that is not represented by students of color or students who are struggling, whatever. So I think we should think about this in a broader context in terms of like, what does the MSCA want to support in terms of organizing? And if we're to follow the spirit of Michelle's motion or NBI earlier, I think we have to think about what are the other kinds of organizations, community and student and et cetera, that we want to give money to, and not just sort of knee jerk to Phenom.
Anybody else? All right, so Chris, can you poll on, sorry, Maria?
Sorry, I just had a quick question. If it's not just Phenom then, and it's student organizations, how will we make determinations about the allocations of those funds?
Since the Delegate Assembly will not be in session, it'll be the Board of Directors.
Okay.
Anybody else?
So what are we going to vote on? Are we voting on?
Hang on, I'll get to it. Any other questions? Go ahead, Brian.
Sorry, I have an ambulance going by.
Oh, that's fine.
What would say hypothetically preclude this money going to organizations student organizations that might say support like funding private education, or like that wasn't kind of overlapping with what Phenom was aiming for, which is free public college, greater public expenditures, for example? What would preclude that based on
the MSCA Board of Directors would approve the money, and I don't foresee any member of the current Board of Directors voting for our money to go to private institutions, but I could be wrong. But it would be the Board of Directors that would decide which organizations would get any money. The MSCA Board of Directors. Any other debate or questions? All right, so Chris, the poll question will be on to create a line item called support for student organizations at the level of $4,000. So maybe just $4,000 for student support for student organizations.
CJ.
Yep.
Can I just check and confirm? It's actually to change the line item that is labeled Phenom to student organizations, correct? And then
Correct. I just wanted to make sure you got paid because we pay you by the number of times you correct me.
Thanks.
Yes, to change the line item Phenom to support for student organizations and fund it at the level of $4,000. We don't pay overtime.
All right.
All right, great.
Good. Okay, so here is the poll, and it reads, change the line item dedicated for Phenom to support for student organizations at the amount of $4,000.
Can I just have a quick point of order?
Sure.
If this passes, do we then have to vote on it again as part of the budget, or? If
No, we're doing amendments, so we can, this is not gonna be, well, I shouldn't say it. We can continue to amend the budget. And then once all the amendments are done, we vote on the actual budget.
All right, 3, 2, 1. That's it. And that motion passes 33-12. So that line item is now changed from Phenom to support for student organizations funded in the amount of $4,000. CJ, back to you.
All right, further discussion on the budget as a whole, amendments or discussion? I'm just trying to keep track of the numbers here.
See, did you want the budget back up on the screen?
No, does anybody need the budget posted, viewed? If you need the budget viewed, raise your hand, raise your virtual hand. Okay, so any other amendments to the budget? Excuse me. Go ahead, Nancy George.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm guess I'm just a little confused. What happened to the original?
So this amendment
Motion?
was amending there was a motion, there was an amendment to fund to
Phenom,
Right.
9060.
So there was
Joanna
an
did it.
amendment to that amendment.
Right.
So when that amendment passed, the Phenom $6,000
Went away.
Yes,
Oh, very good. Thank you.
and I'm getting lots of nods from Kendra, so I know at least I'm not screwing up yet. Good. All right. Go ahead, Eric.
I mean, can I make a motion as the treasurer?
You are a non-voting member of the Delegate Assembly. You can make motions, but you can't vote.
All right. So I would make a motion, suggest that we then, if we are going to look at the 9030 line, the Board of Directors Delegate Assembly line item, where there's sort of, it was sort of like that, we could use that to balance the budget low, with there's $3,500 in there, that we move that we could zero that out. If we're saying, okay, we're gonna just meet via Zoom for the next year, we could zero that out, move that money over to the new 9060 line. So at least if we zero that out, we're, only about $500 then as a deficit, as a, rather than $4,500.
So Eric says, I move that. Eric,
Move that we move the $3,512 from the 9030 line to the 9060 newly created line.
Kendra, not funny. Kendra's worried that that's where we pay her salary out of. We'll find some money for you. All right, so there's a motion to move $3,512 from the line item 9030 to 9060. Well, actually, no, sorry. The motion is to reduce line item 9030 to 0 because we've already put the money in there. So there's a motion to amend the budget to decrease line item 9030 to $0. Is there a second? Sarah Mabrooks seconds. All right, so I'm sorry. Discussion. Go ahead, Nicole.
Just a question. So that's then assuming that we will be meeting that the Delegate Assembly would be meeting on Zoom then in 2022?
That assumes that the Board of Directors and the Delegate Assembly will all be meeting virtually for next fiscal year.
Thank you.
Welcome. Charlotte?
Maybe this is more of a question, but I'm just wondering about the 9080 line, which is conventions, workshops for MTA, NEA, and what those that money looks like. Like, I know MTA this year isn't costing us anything for that convention because we're not traveling, like, that there was talk of moving it to Springfield, which would be cheaper. Like, is there maybe some budget savings there?
So it's my understanding that, all right, but it was a question, not an amendment. So the answer to your question, it's my understanding that MTA and NEA both are very desperate to have in-person meetings, which both fall in the next fiscal year. So, NEA, sorry, let me try this again. So the MTA meeting the meeting that's coming up falls in this fiscal year, which is the budget that's already been approved. The 2022 MTA annual meeting would be in this fiscal budget. If they move it to Springfield, it might be less expensive because the hotel rooms would be cheaper. So if the question is there money possibly to do stuff with? Yes, there's money to possibly do stuff with. NEA would fall under fiscal year, since it's in July, overlaps June and July. The cost there, I think, would be in the FY 2023 budget. So the answer to your question is, you can tinker with anything, but the cost for those meetings is likely to go back up, but possibly not as high as it used to be. I don't know if it was, I guess it was Katie and then Dana.
Yep.
I want to make sure I understand what what's going on. Point of order. So the proposal right now is to take money out of the line that pays for in-person meetings, including the delegate assembly. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can I also speak on that, or do I need to re-raise my hand?
Why don't you re-raise and I'll get Dana.
I'm apologizing to everyone here if I just spaced out while this was happening when Eric was doing his presentation. I just wanted to get clarity on what is the 9085 elections line item that jumped from $0 to $9,500. What was that for?
So that's because when we have our elections every 2 years, so last year we didn't have an election, so it was zeroed out. We're going to have an election in this coming fiscal year, so we have to put money back to pay, as the vendor who kind of runs all the tabulations and whatnot.
Oh, I see.
So every 2 years that can go down, and then it has to go back up because we have to fund the election.
Yeah, that's not discretionary in our part. That's what the vendor costs. We either can have the elections with them or not, right?
Right. And
Okay.
we can shop around for different costs, but that's
Okay. I apologize for not getting that first time around. Thank you.
All right. So I'll get to you, Katie. So the discussion needs to be focused on the amendment, or an amendment to that amendment. So I'm just trying to keep the discussion a little tighter at 7 o'clock. Go ahead, Katie.
Yeah, I would like to speak against reducing this budget, or at least to the point where it prohibits an in-person delegate assembly. As a board member, I'm fine meeting online as a board, but I feel like we really lose something having the delegate assembly online. So I would like to preserve enough money in that line to have the delegate assembly in person, if possible, health-wise and all of that. Because we just don't get the conversation and the camaraderie and everything when we have this meeting on Zoom like this. So I don't know, Eric, if you can specify like how much of that line is towards boards meetings and how much is for the delegate assembly. But
I don't know if we would know that off the top of our head. Do you have any?
No, I'm not. I'd have to go back and see how much it costs to pay for the delegate assembly in years past and carve that out.
Yeah, so the costs are, we don't typically, of late, we've had to pay universities to use their functions. MTA has a location in Worcester that we probably could get for free. So there would be a food and cleanup cost is basically it, because we do not fund delegates, because the MSCA doesn't get into funding chapter events. So the chapters reimburse for travel. So the cost would be, and I don't think if the parliamentarian's fee comes out of there, it would come out of office maintenance anyway or something. So the cost would be really associated with food. Now, we could have a delegate assembly with no food. That's fine too. So does that answer your question? So on the amendment to zero out line item, whatever it was, 90 something, 9030, on that amendment, any discussion, any further discussion? All right, so Chris, can you poll a question to change line item 9030 to 0?
Yes. Yes. So we have. So the way the poll will read: motion to move $3,512 from line item 9030 to line item 9060, thereby zeroing out line item 9030.
No. So we've already added the money to 9060. So sorry. So
Sorry.
Just to change line item 9030 to $0. We've already added, now we're subtracting.
Sure. No problem. Sorry about that. Motion to zero out line item 9030 in the budget.
Right.
No problem. All right, motion to zero out line item 9030 in the budget. Poll is live now. Three, two, one, and it passes 22 to 17.
Okay, so line
20,
item 9030 is $0. Any other amendments to the budget? $488. Any other amendments? Okay, go ahead, Charlotte.
So I apologize because I'm sort of thinking out loud, but is it possible to transfer $2,500 from the conventions workshops 9080 to the board of directors 9030? And my thinking is that as we're moving to more in-person meetings, so maybe I didn't do it right, but that we should prioritize the MSCA and getting the greatest numbers of members coming to a delegate assembly over having just a few people attend an MTA or NEA assembly convention, whatever they're called.
All right, so the answer is yes. So do you want to move that? Do you want to make a
Yes.
motion? Okay, so you move that $2,500 be transferred from line item 9080 to line item 9030.
Yes.
All right, is there a second? Brian, sorry. I'm old, my eyes are, glasses are downstairs, I think. Brian seconds. All right, so discussion, debate on the amendment to transfer $2,500 from 9080 conventions and workshops to 9030 Board of Directors Delegate Assembly. Go ahead, Maria. Yes. Hi, Katie. Go ahead, Katie.
Can you just tell me what that line is used for again?
Which
that
one?
Covers the one that we're moving. The proposal is to move money away from.
So that's MTA, NEA, Nietzsche, the NEA meeting, the MTA annual meeting, and Nietzsche support, which is the NEA's higher ed division. We pay like $7.
But what do we actually use the money for?
Oh, it's used for hotel rooms, reimbursement for travel. It's the annual meeting reimbursement and the NEA airfare reimbursements, assuming they go back to non-virtual. Go ahead, Sarah.
Just want to make sure everything was unmuted. All right, so I have a point of order or point of information. Chris, can you tell how many people are watching right now on YouTube? And the reason I ask is I have found there are certain advantages to some electronic things. So for example, when Framingham had its election this spring, we had more people vote in the MSCA election for officers than we had in the past. And we were having an electronic election. So I was wondering if more people might be attending our meeting as guests via YouTube right now than would ordinarily come to the meeting.
Chris, can you answer that question? I don't know.
I can answer that question. And Sarah, there is one person watching right now. One
Everybody
person.
wave hello to the person.
Let's wave hello to the one person watching on YouTube. So,
all right.
There you go.
And just Mara, your hand went down.
Thank you.
Dan?
I was just going to say, but we didn't advertise it to our campuses. I didn't find out till an hour before today's meeting. So if it were advertised, it could be different.
Okay, out of order. It's not under the budget. Just like to rule people out of order. It makes me feel like I'm in control. Dan?
Yeah, a point of information question. For the MTA line, is that for travel or is that for hotels or what is that for?
It's annual meeting reimbursement. So it's hotel rooms, reimbursement. We don't reimburse food. We give checks. Cover that. Hotel, travel, tolls, parking, and stipend for food.
Okay, so my concern is that this next year is a year of elections for the MTA. So I would hope that we would want to give support to those people who are going to a 2-day event, right? Because it's not just a one-day meeting, that we would have money for them to, sorry for my child talking.
It's okay.
That we would have money for those people who are going to be able to stay overnight. Because I think, you know, especially the election years are really important to get every member, you know, every member possible to go to that meeting.
Understood. I'm just trying to do a quick calculation. So I think it will come in around $350 or $400 per person with the cheaper hotels and the travel. And we have at most 50 delegates. All right. So let me just say that, well, I'm not going to debate, but we have in the past, the board of directors, once the delegate assembly approves a budget, the board of directors has the authority to move line items as needed. So if we were to be short, the board of directors has never shorted funding for the MTA or the NEA meeting. The NEA meeting tends to be less expensive because we don't have as many people go. So I personally am not concerned that moving the money would defund the MTA intermeeting. We would find the money somewhere because it's important. But that's probably debate from the podium, so probably out of order. Nancy.
Yeah, I don't know how much it would cost for the, oh dear, the lower hand. How much it costs for the NEA-RA. I just remember it's important that we have higher ed there, you know, and if we don't fund people to go, they won't go. So it's just, and we can't always move money around, of course, just as you said, CJ, but I just want to make sure that we do fund it because we really need to increase the number of higher ed people there. It's so predominantly pre-K through 12.
All right, that's my dog barking. Sarah?
All right, so please don't think that this will probably come off as if I'm pushing the Zoom thing, but everybody knows that their institution right now is talking money, money, money. We've lost all this money. We want more money. So I hate to bring this up, but I can see next year if we were trying to meet in person for the delegate assembly, that it would be very unlikely that any of our institutions would be willing to give it to us for free. And there may be a greater cost than there has been in the past. So it's just a point to consider. And then there are if you're eliminating the food, it's not an issue, but since those who prepare the food on the campus have lost money, so like we have Sodexo, they might be raising their prices because they say, this organization's coming, we can get some of the money we lost. So it was just worth mentioning.
All right, and once again, to do what I shouldn't do in debate from the podium, I just want to put there, I would encourage the board of directors to look at the MTA site in Worcester, which is supposed to be, and they wouldn't charge us, just because our budget's already tight. I agree that it's possible that the state university would charge us. Katie?
I don't want to argue for an undemocratic thing, but I am just going to suggest that considering that this is a full year away and we don't know what the situation is going to be at that time, and the board of directors does have the power to move money around, that maybe we are spending more time on this than is necessary at this point. Because again, we just don't know what the situation is going to be. So yeah, that's all I have to say.
All right, so that was almost a motion to close debate, but since there are no other hands up, if there's no other hands up, then we'll move to a vote. Okay, Chris, can you poll moving $2,500 from line item 9080 to 9030?
Got it. Motion to move $2,500 from line item 9080 to 9030. There you go. Three, two, one. That's it. The ayes have it, 26-14. So moved.
That's my red pen. All right, thank you. Any other amendments to the budget? $15,500, $2,500. Any other amendments? All right. If there's no other amendments, then before you is the budget proposal as amended. I hate to go through the budget amendments, but do people have a grasp of the numbers? Maybe I should do this. So under line item 9060, we increased by $4,000. Under line item 9080, we decreased by $2,500. And under line item 9030, we decreased by $1,012. I think I did that right. So is there a motion to approve the budget?
So moved.
Move Nicole, second.
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 Second, moved and second. Any discussion? Okay, Chris, if you can poll that. Approval of the budget as amended.
Yep. Already there. Motion to pass budget as amended. Three, two, one. And that vote has passed unanimously, 40-0.
Thank you. All right, on the dues, the anticipated income, Eric.
Yeah, so the dues basically we're not changing. All the talk about budget shortfall and whatnot, and could have increased the dues and covered it all, but between the pandemic, it just seems really short-sighted to be increasing dues for anybody at this time. So the due structure as proposed remains the same from previous years.
All right, so go ahead, Len. Mute. There you go.
First of all, let me just thank everybody that's the officers. And you're doing a great job. And just looking at the budget, it's been a long time since I was in your shoes, and you're doing a great job. But I just wanted to ask the question or bring up the point that I think we're doing a great job with the investments. And who makes those decisions? I'm just curious. I think we're doing well. The fact that the budget, the investments, about 22,300,000. That right, Eric? Is that pretty close?
As of the most recent one, which is on page 14 of the book, close to 3 million, 2.9.
Close to 3 million. I just want to say that really speaks well for the organization, and whoever has made those, I just want to say, who makes those decisions about the
So
investment?
do not shoot the messenger. We are investment. That's the word. Investment accounts are with Wells Fargo, and they manage. We don't actively manage them. They manage the funds for us. So I'm just reporting the facts.
Yeah, no, I'm
there's
just
issues
saying
with
that
Wells Fargo, and there's issues with funds that they're invest. I understand that part, but that's the answer to your question.
it's nice to know how well things are. I mean, to have that kind of investment income in the organization, it's a stable organization. So great job, everybody. It's good to be back and seeing a lot of you. And I love Bridgewater, and I see Graciela from North Adams here, and she was chapter president when I was there, and Irina's great president at Bridgewater. But anyway, I just want to thank all you guys. You're doing a tremendous job. I only teach one course, but thank you for carrying on. And I thought I'd dip back in this year. So thank you.
Thank you. You're out of order.
Okay. Thank you.
Just a perspective, 20 years ago, we had minus $150,000 in the bank. So things have been improving. Sarah.
At this point, there's always that motion that I used to wonder about that somebody asks about, moves to reconsider the budget. Is this the time to do that so that we have that out of the way?
So we could do that. It's a parliamentary move, so that if we move to reconsider and vote that down, then the budget could not be reconsidered later today. We could do that. I don't really see the need, given the fact that I don't think anybody wants to revisit the budget. If you want to
I
make
just
a
don't want
motion,
it to come up later on. So
unfortunately, I'm the host and I can accidentally hit the leave meeting for all, and that would end the parliamentary.
I figured I would just ask.
All right, thank you. So on the so the dues proposal is to keep the dues level funded. There are some items that we get income from. We get they don't call it database reimbursement, but we get about $10,000–11,000 from MTA for reimbursing the fact that we maintain extensively the database of our members in their system. We also get local support. In other words, MTA gives us money. We give that money to the locals. So we're also using very tight numbers on the anticipated membership levels. That those are actual numbers. A lot of times people pad that to get, they lowball that so that their income looks lower than it is, but there's not a lot of play in the budget. MTA, has done that for years, and it's just it's a way to make sure that you're going to have some reserves and not start deficit spending. So, Sarah, is your hand up still up, or is that okay? So, any questions on the anticipated income? All right. So then, is there a motion to approve the recommended dues level, which is level funding on dues? Sarah has her hand up for moving the dues level. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved in second. Okay. Any discussion on the dues levels? Any discussion? All right, Chris, can you set up a poll on approving the MSA board's dues level recommendation, something like that? My allergy medicine is wearing off.
All right, motion to approve MSCA board's dues level recommendation. And 3, 2, 1, okay. And it passes 45-1.
All right, thank you. Next on the agenda, item number 9, 4:45 p.m. Second report of the Credentials Committee. Sarah,
right,
did
so
you?
If
Go
my
ahead.
counts are right, and not counting pets, because I see that Jenna has her cat and Joanna's cat was around a few moments ago, there are 56 delegates and 1 parliamentarian, if I can't say that word right now.
Parliamentarian. All right.
Am I
you.
good, Chris?
I would concur with Sarah, 56 delegates,
There you go.
1 parliamentarian, and a bunch of pets that are out of order.
Oh, but I'm enjoying them.
I think that's a dog Jenna has.
Oh, I couldn't tell.
It's okay. All right.
I was trying to watch, but I had to give my report at the time. But the cat's back.
Is there a motion to adopt the Credentials Committee's second report?
So moved.
All right, Sarah, second.
I don't know if I'm allowed to second
Walter
it.
Harper waved at me for a second, so moved and seconded. Can you poll adoption of the Credentials Committee's second report? Don't worry, we should be out of here easily before midnight. Not much left on the agenda.
All right. Motion to accept Credential Committee's second report of 56 delegates and 1 parliamentarian. All right. And that passes 44-0. Back to you, CJ.
All right, thank you. Committee reports, Organizing in Unity, Irina Secchilino, I think I got that right, and Aruna Krishnamurthy. That one I know I got right.
Thank you, CJ. We put together a detailed report that you can find on the website, but I just wanted to take one quick minute to highlight some of the important work that we did together this past year. So we supported a lot of part-time faculty members who have been disproportionately impacted by the cost-saving measures, having lost lots of sections with 3 unemployment workshops last summer. They were very well attended, over 300 part-time faculty members in attendance, and we brought in some experts on unemployment who were able to answer their questions. Based on the questions we received, we also, CJ and I, worked on putting together a step-by-step unemployment guide on how to fill out a very, very confusing form for our part-time faculty members that is now widely circulated. There was also a major problem with the unemployment accounts for hundreds of part-time faculty members who were locked last summer. And so we worked one-on-one. This was with CJ and Roberta to unlock the accounts of over 200 part-time faculty members, which was an immense undertaking, and wanted to thank CJ and Roberta for their efforts. I think there were some questions about loss of membership. And so the future of the union obviously is our members. And so in anticipation of this loss, we put together a wide, very comprehensive 7-step strategy to recruit new members. I think I looked up the numbers that were requested earlier. They were the numbers in February with loss of members. It is with full-time faculty members, we've only lost 2.5% of full-time faculty members. The loss is because a lot of position one-year temps have not been refilled, and there's been some also tenure track searches that have been paused. So that's where I think a lot of the loss has happened. The recruitment strategies that we put together were incredibly successful. On many campuses, we had 95% recruitment of new full-time faculty joining the union. The large loss, however, is amongst part-time faculty members who, for the most part, pay by the number of credits they teach. And so having had their number of credits substantially reduced, that resulted in a substantial loss of union dues. So that explains a lot that. So we did a lot of good work there. The MTA recognized our efforts, and for their, I believe, workshop in January 2021, the MSA was invited to present our strategies for recruitment for all higher ed unions because we had been so successful at it. We also, as you know, and this is the part where we thank our members, we organized several statewide campaigns, two of which were geared to funding from the state. We put together first a petition to the legislators, and we were able, just from the MSCA members, to gather over 1,000 signatures. And so we sent over 2,000 emails in support of level funding, urging our state senators to give us funding to help survive the pandemic. And so not only were we successful with, of course, as part of statewide efforts, but in that, we got a little bit of extra money, $15 million extra money from our legislators. Unfortunately, the governor decided to veto those. And so once again, we appealed to our membership and we introduced a second petition. As part of that, we were able to send close to 2,500 emails to our state representatives. And if you look at the numbers, the votes to override the governor, which only required 2/3 majority, were near majority. So we got 95 out of 100, or very, very close, very high majorities as a result of that membership drive effort. So thank you to everybody who helped put those together. We also had a vaccination, a campaign to try to add higher ed along K through 12 to the phase 2 of vaccination rollout. This was in partnership with the MTA. The MSA was the driving force behind that statewide campaign. So we did quite a lot of good work advocating with legislators, being part of many meetings, bringing the other unions together and building bridges in that way. So we had several op-eds that we were able to publish from our members. We organized the workshop for that. Unfortunately, we were not successful in that campaign, but I think we've built a lot of good coalitions that we can expand on in the future and take advantage of for union advocacy. And finally, our members have been going through a very, very difficult year. There's a lot of educator burnout. And so to support all our members as they've gone through this pandemic, we've put together a workshop in January called The Science of Educator Burnout, where we had an expert come talk to us about different strategies to mitigate the burnout and engage in prevention strategies. So we've been quite busy this past year. So we want to also thank all the members for their engagement, and I'll pass it on quickly to Aruna to add to this.
Thank you, Irina. Since you've covered all the campaigns so well, I just want to use my time for a point of personal privilege. I know that, when we were discussing the NBI, these positions came up, and I just wanted to share just my perspective on it. I mean, it's been a great experience working, as the unity leader along with Irina, but it's very hard, tough work. It's been a labor of love. It is not a position of privilege. It is not a sinecure. It is not, anything but really hard work and labor of love. We have always had to do work very quickly to shape these petitions, do a quick turnaround, circulate them. I mean, the fact that there are 12,000 people who signed up to write to the governor for the vaccination campaign, even if 3,000 of those are higher ed members, the other 9,000 now have public higher education in their radar. I mean, so, there's a lot of good work that has gone into this position. And let me also add one last thing, that, as a faculty of color, as a female faculty of color, being appointed to these positions by the MSCA president has been very, very transformative for me. It has allowed me to find my voice. I don't think even CJ knows how transformative it has been for me. It has allowed me to contribute to these, to the union. It has allowed me to contribute to our membership. It has allowed me to find myself in the process. So I just wanted to, put that out there as we consider or reconsider all these positions. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Any questions for Irina or Aruna? Sorry, Lucy decided that she wants to participate. She goes to bed at 7, so. All right, so any questions? All right, next day bargaining, Maria?
So it's late. I don't want to take up too much time. My reports are not, oh, the chat's disabled. So I'm not sure if it's possible for me to be able to link to put a link there. Thank
Go ahead,
you.
go ahead.
So that you can access my report. Hopefully these will also get put up on the website after the meeting. Essentially, we've started day bargaining. We had our first session recently where we were able to come to ground rules. I won't go over that too much, but I will say a couple of important things have come from that. One is the management seems to have accepted completely having our silent bargaining reps there, and it has been a really transformational experience in bargaining. I think it's really changed the whole nature of bargaining. So we really appreciate those of you who have come. If you're able to come on the 29th on Thursday, April 29th from 2 to 6, there will be an email going out about this shortly to all members. You can sign up as a silent bargaining rep. This will be our first sort of substantive meeting on the day contract. The other thing that I just want to draw your attention to is at the end of the report is our member survey. We've also really undertaken a lot of work to ensure that our platform speaks to our member needs. One of the ways we have done this is through the member survey. And so every single sort of problem, we're kind of organizing our platform around problems that our members are facing. And every single one of those come from either directly from our member surveys and our focus groups, from the chapter resolutions that individual chapters were able to submit, or from coalition bargaining that we are looking to do more of that with the other higher ed unions across the state. So I feel really excited about this platform because I think it really speaks to our member needs. So we're just getting started. There's not much more to report on that, but I hope that you will all be able to attend when you can.
All right, questions? Thank you. Questions for Maria? All right, DGC bargaining, Irina.
Thank you again. Yeah, let me start by thanking Graziana, who served as the chair for most of this past year. I only became the chair by virtue of having been the vice chair. And so I'll maybe speak to what has happened since we have returned to negotiating a 3-year contract. As you know, in January, the negotiations for a 1-year contract, which had no cost items in it, failed. And so we are now back to negotiating a 3-year contract. We have advanced several important proposals that address inequities for our faculty between day and DGC with respect to stipends, with respect to equivalences, many proposals that recognize uncompensated work of faculty. For example, you prepare for a class and then it gets canceled, and then all of that work is uncompensated. We have proposals to maintain academic quality of courses with course caps, provide privacy and confidentiality issues for faculty and students with regard to course management platforms as a result of several issues on multiple campuses with that. Management, unfortunately, has rejected basically every cost item that we have. They have advanced the proposal of 0, 0, and 0 stipend increases for the next 3 years, basically stating uncertainty about student enrollments in the future, but also the difficult financial predicaments that they're in. I believe amongst all the higher ed unions, we are one of the few, if not the only one, who is at the table discussing financial parameters. So in some sense, we've been leading the way in having these conversations about, in some sense, the false narrative of austerity that management is putting forward. CJ was able to do an analysis of all the federal aid money that has been received by our 9 institutions from the federal government, and $200 million in federal aid has been received by our institutions organizations. Half of that goes to students, but half goes directly to the institutions. And as a result, the claim that management makes that they have all of these gaps as a result of the pandemic in their budgets, that we've been able to dispel. And so we've been engaging with management on these types of conversations on basically resetting and pushing back against this narrative that cost saving is necessary. Our team believes that investing in quality programs and in faculty is the way to actually meet the uncertainty of the future. So that's been the narrative that we've been advancing at the table. I want to thank all the silent representatives that have been part of this. I think especially as we discuss the financial parameters and have conversations around the financial predicament of the universities and whether or not they're willing to invest in faculty and in programs. It's very important that we have silent reps. So hopefully you'll be able to join us on May 3rd, starting at 2 p.m. is our next bargaining session. And so if you have time to join us as a silent representative for those conversations, that is really important. Not just for the DGC bargaining table, but I think all bargaining tables, as well as the austerity measures that management is imposing on all of our campuses outside of bargaining. So I'll leave it at that. And if you have any questions, if not, thank you.
All right, thank you. Any questions for Irina? All right, next, bargaining action leader, Chris Gullen.
Okay, I'm going to keep this super quick. The bulk of the report I will put on the website because there will be visualizations and all sorts of fancy bells and whistles to look at for the number of people who have been silent reps over the last year. Just what I'll say, the only thing I'll say is that it seems that the use of Zoom has made the participation of the silent reps, I think, a little easier. We'll have to see what that looks like as we go back into in-person style meetings. But I also want to thank the silent reps who participated, as well as everyone who's participated in the bargaining process. I think that we need to continue to push that and can work to educate our members, especially our newly hired faculty members and librarians, to help them understand the contract as well as the bargaining process, because I think that education is extraordinarily valuable as we go forward. Other than that, like I said, my report will be up on the website shortly, and I will entertain any questions if anyone has them.
Thank you, Chris. Any questions for Chris? All right, thank you. Elections, Sarah?
All right, so I have a detailed report on the website, so you can see that, but there are some things I want to bring up. So for example, in terms of changes to the calendar and rules, I have added more details and included even more references to the Constitution, clarified some of the language, included the time zone references, and tightened up some of the language so that the language in the rules and calendar will be clearer to those who are running. In addition, I added a date on which the treasurer's office is required to send the supervising agency for the election the member database, and then made the following day the day on which the agency is required to send the members their ballot credentials and ballot access information. I felt that was very important to include. In addition to that, there were a couple things I wanted to bring up. I was hoping to bring them up to the board today, but after my classes, they were already done, and I couldn't make my students happy by missing class. I'm sorry, I can't do that. So in terms of the election, I did want to mention the database is going to need to be updated. And while individual campuses could be chapters could be made responsible for that, it might be beneficial to consider having a survey go out through SurveyMonkey or Qualtrics or something where all the information is gathered by MSCA together. A benefit of that would be that you could download the information in a Excel spreadsheet or Excel format, and then it would all be in the same format. It would minimize the amount of work needed to put it all to compile it, to join it as one. So I wanted to mention that. In addition, last year, this body, so the MSCA Delegate Assembly, voted, and I thank you for this again, that the chair of the Elections Committee can contact members directly about the election. So for that, I was considering one thing that would be important, that the email address that it comes from not be a Gmail. I tend to use a Gmail account. Otherwise, I mean, somebody could look at that as being, fake because it could come from anyone. So I would request that there be made an email address for MSCA that maybe is like election or something like that. But I just wanted to bring that up as a request. And if you were to decide to have an effort coming through, for example, SurveyMonkey, since I know the MSCA has a license for that, I would suggest sending information in regard to IP and the email address, sender addresses from SurveyMonkey to all of the chapter presidents or representative of your choice, so that that could be sent to the IT department of the institutions. And I mention that because I conducted my election this spring via SurveyMonkey, and that I ran into as a bit of a problem in terms of they block certain addresses, and if you can provide that in advance, then they can, they called it whitelisted. Added problem to that, though, is that members could have already blocked certain email addresses in the past. So members can, individually choose to block themselves from receiving SurveyMonkey emails, or they can block individual email addresses in terms of their email filters. So I had run into some members having already blocked SurveyMonkey in general. They were in general, except for one member, willing to provide an alternate email address. But one of the members did say, I believe that the school should provide what the school wants me to deal with. And so she did not want to provide another email address. And she also did not want to unblock SurveyMonkey, even for that one short period of time. Now, other than that, in terms of the vendors, I just wanted to mention in terms of the report that you'll see a little blurb in there about ones that hadn't responded. To date, they haven't responded, but I wouldn't consider their proposals anyways. If you can't meet a deadline, it says you're not going to be responsive in terms of running an election anyways. And does anyone have any questions? I tried to make sure that was fast.
Questions for Sarah? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Grievance. Robert?
Good evening, everyone. My report is posted. I just wanted to thank all the MTA consultants and the association president for all the work they do with the grievance committee. Also wanted to thank Chris Moline, who is the administrative assistant for the grievance committee. And if anyone had any questions, I'm happy to address them.
Questions for Robert on grievances? All right, thank you. Legislation, Katie?
My report's on the website. Thanks.
Questions for Katie? Librarians, Nancy?
My report is also on the website.
Questions for Nancy? All right. Thank you. MTA reports, Keith is not present. Maria, Region H?
Yeah, I'm just gonna again put, if CJ, if you'll let me put another document in the chat.
Sorry, I muted myself. I'm talking to myself. Go ahead.
If you look at the document on the website, once it's up there, the MSCA website, it has a graphic. I think one of the things that can be a little bit confusing is sort of how we fit in with the MTA. And until I ran for and was elected to the position as the higher ed executive committee representative, I didn't really get any of this either. So I put it in there so people can kind of see how that looks. If you don't know, my position is the executive committee of the MTA has about 12 elected representatives, and they're one of the decision-making bodies of the MTA. There's one higher ed rep who is a representative for all the public higher ed unions, and that's the position that I'm in. So this report doesn't include all the stuff that goes on there, but I've tried to highlight things that I think are really important to us. And I just want to say that I've heard being a board member, I've heard a lot of talk about whether or not the MTA has done much for higher ed in the past. And I can't speak to that past experience because I wasn't around. I will say, since I have been involved, I do think that there's a concerted effort on the part of MTA to more fully include higher ed issues within, the structure of the work that they do. And I personally am really happy with the legislative proposals that they have made, the kind of support they've given to organizing and activism that our own MSCA has done, as well as other higher ed campuses, and various other issues that they have worked on there. So the report kind of summarizes what I think is the good work that MTA has been doing that's really important and affects our work in higher education. So.
Thank you. Questions from Maria? All right. Next, BHE, the MTA Health and Welfare Trust, our dental.
Yep, the report is on the website.
Questions for Nancy? Uh-oh. Sarah?
All right, so at this moment, there are 54 members and the parliamentarian. And Chris, confirmation?
Yes, I confirm that there are currently 54 members and the parliamentarian.
Is there a motion to adopt the final report of the Credentials Committee?
So moved.
Moved. Second?
Second.
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 Second. Any discussion? There's nothing to discuss. Chris, can you poll on the adoption of the, well, I guess we can debate the numbers. Motion to adopt the final report of the Credentials Committee.
You got it.
What am I going to do the rest of the day? Dog's in bed.
So here's the poll to motion to adopt the final report of the Credentials Committee. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Oh, screw it. All right. No surprise, it passes 45-0.
All right, I see a hand from Sarah.
It's just a point of order.
Go ahead.
Before you leave, CJ, could you stick around so I could ask you a couple questions?
Time and a half after 8 p.m.
It won't be long, I promise.
That's fine.
All right.
Want to do it by phone or do you want to do it here?
Since you're here,
Okay.
but otherwise, if you prefer the
No,
phone,
here's
the phone.
fine. Here's
Okay.
fine. Anybody else? All right. Item number 13, old business. There's no old business. Item number 15 is adjournment. So I guess we could all leave, or thank you, everybody. I know it was a long meeting, a lot of good stuff done, and I think we have a lot of stuff to do ahead of us. So Kendra, I promise we will probably pay you if I sign the contract after she's already worked. Thanks, everybody. And maybe next year we'll be doing this live. Oh, no, in person. All right, thank you. I'll stay with you for you, Sarah. Bye, Walter.
Great job.
Nice to see you, Lenny.
Thanks, everybody.
Bye, everybody.
Thanks. Have a great weekend, everyone.
Have a nice weekend.
Bye.
Weekend.
What do you got, Sarah?
Okay, so I was curious, did you guys have a chance to discuss the vendors this week?
No,
today?
we since you weren't there, and since you weren't there is the wrong way to put it, but since we were,
I tried.
Well, no, we moved very fast because a lot of the people had their reports waiting for the Delegate Assembly. So
yeah,
no, we didn't get to it.
I even sent you an email and Chris an email because I sat in the room for a while. I went in and out and in and out. I thought maybe you guys are at lunch, and
I did
then
see your
he told
email
me you guys
eventually,
got done early.
When we finished, I had to eat lunch, and then I had to take the dog for a walk, and then I had to get ready for this meeting because, So, I mean, we're still way ahead of the game because it certainly will be approved at the June meeting.
Mhm. And otherwise, I did want to make a strong recommendation for when you guys meet that you do not consider yes elections, because I did find it very disturbing, so much so that I put it in my report.
Yep.
And I had mentioned in the email about how they omitted the office of treasurer and omitted the write-ins. And remember, I went through that last year with IntelliScan. I don't want to do that again. And I had talked with them. I talked with Thon particularly about that. And he included the numbers. So I included the references in there in my summary that he states there are 4 offices and each one is supposed to, in terms of the races, have a write-in. And then their sample ballot didn't include it.
No.
So I do not believe that they would be a good choice.
Okay.
And otherwise, were there any questions or concerns in terms of the rules and calendar?
Nobody sent me any questions about anything.
Okay.
The rules in the I'm not sure the rules. Yeah, the rules based on the new business item here that passed
Mhm.
may have to be modified, but you have that. I mean, you saw what was passed. About forums and stuff like that. So
Right. I liked that, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I can revise that to include that kind of language.
Yeah.
Because I thought that would include more people. I was very excited about that.
Well, I don't know if it was a suggestion or whatever, but yeah, I think if you want to do that and update it,
Yes.
And send it to me in advance. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, part of the problem is when I get 4 new business items an hour before the meeting, and I'm trying to write my script and make sure everything's okay and that people are getting in the room. Last year I got something emailed to me 1 minute before the meeting started. And I'm like, you know what? So I took Jenna's point, but the problem is the standing rules allow that. So it doesn't help me to try and make sure that all the T's are dotted and the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed when people are trying to email me. And then I can't get in and you text me. I'm like, you know what I'm trying to do here? So anyway, and I had a grievance meeting this morning at 9:00 at Salem. And then we had a board of directors meeting, but luckily that went fast. So
No, in terms of that new item coming up, I'm very glad that you guys didn't get to approve them, because otherwise I would have to ask you about amending them because I would want to include language.
So
that works out fine.
Right.
Yeah. But I did try to make it. Our class ran a little late, but I think you even got done before
we were done before
12:25.
Yeah, we were done before 12.
Oh yeah, we got done. We got done super.
Yeah, so I had no chance.
All right, so there's some people waiting.
All right.
Okay. And did you need any more information about any of those?
No, I didn't. I don't.
Okay.
But if any questions come up, I'll send them to you. What I typically do now is if somebody sends me a question, I send it to you or send it to whoever and copy the person on it so they can have the direct conversation instead of me being in the between. So.
All right, good. And then I will send you the revised rules and the revised calendar. And will you want me to be available at the next meeting?
If you don't mind, it's in June.
Oh, it's fine.
We don't have a May meeting, so it should be the first Friday in June.
Right, so that would be fine.
You
It's
know if
not an
you're
issue
teaching,
because I won't have face-to-face class then.
You're teaching summer?
I am, but right now it's online.
Yeah, I'm teaching summer too, Monday, Wednesday, Fridays, but it'll be online in morning. So.
All right, well, thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
And take care. And thanks
all right.
again, Chris. I appreciate
Thanks.
your help.
Oh, no problem. Thanks,
And
Sarah.
thank you
Good
for
to
all
work
that
with you
you
again.
do.
Thanks, CJ. Hey,
I think
happy to do it.
Claudia and James probably fell asleep, so I'm just going to assume they don't need to.